ولا بعد التسليم؟ مش الحين.
عمك كان مفيد برين.
ها؟ السلام عليكم. الحمد لله. ايش تقول لك يا اخي؟ تقول لك السنين اخضر جبال يروح قاعدين بنلف لايف. قاعدين لنا ساعة قاعدين. ساعة هو الاسم الثاني عند وزارة الصناعة بشارع 5. مين راح يفضل؟ أنا كنت طالع معي سيما قال لي فيها كيف الابتسام. امبارح في بالي في المشروع منطقة الرزان هو عشان يعطوا يعني جمالية أكثر الموضوع. ما برن عليهم من قطر هيروح عليهم الموضوع.
برد كلمتوش فصل
يلا بعتيني
ننزل فيش صورة
هيك في ناس هيك في دكاترة العيادات كلها كميات بس كانت فرصة الشغل في الشمال أفضل. هم اللي بيلعبوا على الفاضي. أنا بشتغل كرسي عربي الحال كرسي عربي وفيش تعرف ولا في هيدروليك زي الناس صعب موضوع كده إذا جابك ممكن كذلك في شخص واحد كيف هذا
نحدد ما يكون نشعل حرب ندد حلم لا تختبر فينا الجنون نقلب حياتك نار ودم ما نبتسم أرضي معاك خطوطنا تقطع 1000 ميل بيتنا فيها مصرعة كل عام بتكبر قوتنا
ليش عارفين على 30 سنة وليد مش شغل ألف لا شغل كويس جيد
فيها مصرعة كل عام بتكبر قوتنا بيتنا تشيل جنودك شل الراية الخضراء رايتنا الحرية ما في حد كل عام بتكبر قوتنا بيتنا تشيل جنودك شل الراية الخضراء رايتنا الحرية ما في حد على صوت الرصاص ربينا بنخاف خافي لكينا طلع المعرب يلي فينا الجسام الاسم المبجل للعدم نسمع عدتنا الضرب نوجع بصمتنا عرفنا العالم قدرتنا الركن الصعب احنا حنضل
أينما احنا في الممات نولد كعلقاء الحياة نتجوز الحرب بسكان تلقانا عندك كالأجل الحارة تحت في الخليل مصنع بطولة والدليل يرجع جيشك منا دليل نحن القسامين كام طلقة الطلقة الأولى طلقتنا والله ما تسكت جبهتنا ضربات فادت قوتنا المبدأ فينا متأصل قوتنا الموت الما يرحم لحسام الناسف يتكلم من جبل الجوهر نتقدم قسامي راب المحتل
أسسنا جيل المبادئ عالثورة والعز بنادي عبد الله غيث الشهادة تلبك لك يا الشبل الأعظم جيل يقدم للثورة جيل لنبع العز السلسبيل ألوان غرمان الأصيل كسام الصقر الملثم
لما ينادي الليل الفرسان تشمع والجاد الرحمن وعموم الطوف والنيران يشرب الأمان
طلت الرابطين ولاتين كذايب ظلوا الباب للحين ولاتين كذايب ظلوا الماجعين تشهد ان المعارك عالمنايا للشبك يا محتل جهز حالك ظلوا ابطال فلسطين ظلت كذايب ظلت بين جيلين ظلت بين عيبان زين ظلت كذايب ظلت بين جيلين ظلت بين عيبان ظلت بين جرزين اضرب يا ابو العصفور اهجر عفو وحنطار
هاي قاعدة
اضرب في عمق الكيان سيد الهكة بالثوار
شو قبايله؟ بس يشوف دراسة الواقع الحرب اللي فيه واقع يا أسامة ايش بدك بتكون مش فاهم؟ يعني اللي بده يروح يعطيك يعني يروح معاه جنب لازم تسمع
اعتزوا عني واسأل حبسة وحلوا بالنار
الشعب فيها يرفع راية الانتصار ناجينا راسك عادينا ناجينا راسك عادينا
هاي الغالي هاي الغالي صاحب ما زلت تسلم عليك صديقي فارس كان يريح
سماح 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 وايد
الرب
يا يسام ويا يمام جايكم جيش القسام يا يسام ويا يمام جايكم جيش القسام عالمكشوف بدون الفهم شوفوا ردوده باختصار
يا جذر الحق بأرضي طول رشاش بيرسم الحلا الجذر الحق بأرضي طول رشاش بيرسم الحلا معلم الحرة مكسول يا لو شو ما صار كانت يا ضفيفان صدر العادي نار يسوق وكانت يا ضفيفان صدر العادي نار يسوق وكانت يحملها شان فوق العاد عصا وكانت يحملها شان فوق العاد عصا راجع زمنك عياش وحزاني سابق رشاش راجع زمنك عياش وحزاني سابق رشاش والصهيون بخاف وعاش من صفارة اليمنى اشتاق المسجد لسجودك يابا يا زينك من صلى وقال يابا لما صلوني يا صار عقيدك راسه كسار زفت اسير بحرار طالب خاصرة الظلام
وين كمان قبل كمان عدوان بشوي تعرف كمان عدوان في كيف تسكر وين كنت كل واحد يقول يطلع مصر راضي يفتح بالمفتاح
يا جبل النار
بالكبسة
ربي الجبار عاصم دباب طالع بطل يا مصنع ثوار
كيف السجدان نفسه يابا بالاسير بحبسه واصحابه ما راح ينسوه رفع الرايه الطيار مهما الحبس علينا اشتد هالنرجع ينشد الجد بعد العسر بيجي اليسر وبعد الأسر نجيب الراس حتى المحتل برايه وأحرق له أبياته
يا مستوطن يا خوان بيني وبينك اختلاف انت صهيوني جبان انا فلسطيني ما بخاف
ترحبني بسجونك رايح أزلزل حصونك كابوسك أنا راح أضل يا بطاير ليجن جنونك مهما سنين الحبس تزيد تحبسني منا وخوض وفوت نفتح لك حدا بيت شاشك والأسرى حتقول بسط يا برهان أخرب القسام عيون الجبار عقيدك راسه اتكسر زفت أسير محرر طالب قاصر
بسم الله قد خضنا القتال ووعد الله آت لا محال فهذا كيان لبس أن يزال فنمحو النسل ولوا مدبرين تفجر ركبهم والقصف حمم وهذا الضرب من لبنان حسبه بوحدة ساحات والحرب حزمه برجال قسام إنا أتينا
أخذنا الفعل بأنفال أعدوا وكان الرمي من مولانا عهده وشجر الله ينطق هذا وعد فيأتي النصر نصر الصادقين
هذا صوت النصر يصطح فينا رجال ضفتنا الأبية ينفرون نحس رقاب من بس هدينا نرى لأقصانا ونسجد شاكرين وفي يوم الوقيعة قسم يمين أن اشتد الصهيون برعب المكبرين أتاهم بأسنا بعطر ظنوه حصينا كيان مؤقت والنصر يقين المؤمنين فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الغلاف أغرنا مستوطنات دخلنا لا لن تعودوا إليها فمن الحدود عبرنا ومن السماء نزلنا هذه الجنود أسرنا والبأس من ناداها فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الغلاف أغرنا مستوطنات دخلنا لا لن تعودوا إليها فمن الحدود عبرنا ومن السماء نزلنا هذه الجنود أسرنا والبأس من ناداها
دم البدع يا ويلكم إنا بدأنا بنحركم برجومنا ومدبر سترون ألوان العذاب
هذا النبأ صدح الملثم للبلى تهجيركم ما قد بدأ لن يرحل المستوطنون
فيأتي النصر نصر الصادقين
هذا صوت النصر يصطح فينا رجال ضفتنا الأبية ينفرون نحس رقاب من بس هدينا نرى لأقصانا ونسجد شاكرين
اللايف ولا ثاني
أن اشتد الصهيون برعب المكبرين أتاهم بأسنا بعطر ظنوه حصينا كيان مؤقت والنصر يقين المؤمنين فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الغلاف أغرنا
شوي بالله يا
لا لن تعود إليها فمن الحدود عبرنا ومن السماء نزلنا تحت الجنود أصلنا والبأس من ناداها فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الغلاف أغرنا مستوطنات دخلنا لا لن تعود إليها ومن الحدود عبرنا ومن السماء نزلنا تحت الجنود أصلنا والبأس من
يا ويلكم إنا غدرنا ببحركم بهجومنا
يمكن ركبهم والقصف حمم وهذا الضرب من لبنان حسم بوحدة ساحات والحرب حزم برجال قسام إنا أتينا
أخذنا الفعل بأنفال أعدوا وكان الرمي من مولانا عهد وشجر الله ينطق هذا وعد فيأتي النصر نصر الصادقين
عاد صوت النصر يصدح فينا رجال ضفتنا الأبية ينفرون نحس رقاب من مس هادينا نرى لأقصانا ونسجد شاكرين وفي يوم الوقيعة قسم يمينه أن نشتد الصهيون برعب المكبرين أتاهم بأسنا بعذر ضربوه حصينا كيان مؤقت والنصر يقين المؤمنين فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الخلاف أغرنا مستوطنات دخلنا لا لن تعود إليها فمن الحدود عبرنا ومن السماء نزلنا هذه الجنود أسرنا والبأس من ناداها فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الخلاف أغرنا مستوطنات دخلنا لا لن تعود إليها فمن الحدود عبرنا ومن السماء نزلنا هذه الجنود أسرنا والبأس من ناداها
دم بدم يا ويلكم إنا غدرنا ببحركم بهجومنا ومدبرا سترون ألوان العجائب
تسمعوا هذا النبأ صدح الملثم للبلد تهجيركم ما قد بدا فليرحل المستوطنون قسما سنكسر قيدهم لن يبقى أسر بسجنكم في أرضنا مأوى لكم إنا بدأنا بالحزب هذا النبأ صدح الملثم للبلد تهجيركم ما قد بدا فليرحل المستوطنون قسما سنكسر قيدهم لن يبقى أسر بسجنكم في أرضنا مأوى لكم إنا بدأنا بالحساب
قد شراب جيشكم بالقتل حصدنا جندكم إنا زعزعنا أمنكم والأمن لفلسطين
فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الغلاف أغرنا مستوطنات دخلنا لا لن تعودوا إليها فمن الحدود عبرنا ومن السماء نزلنا هذه الجنود أسرنا والبأس من ناداها فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الغلاف أغرنا مستوطنات دخلنا لا لن تعودوا إليها فمن الحدود عبرنا ومن السماء نزلنا هذه الجنود أسرنا
والبأس من ناداها
طح فينا رجال ضفتنا الأبية ينفرون نحس رقاب من مس هادينا نرى عظم يمينه أن اشتد الصهيون برعب المكبرين أتاهم بأسنا بعطر ظنوه حصينا كيان مؤقت.
ايش بدر معك؟ المايك اعطيه وين المايك؟ بعد 12 من عندك تطلع بعد تصور اصلا ايش؟ منيح منيح عشان يعرف الولد. يا ويلي يا ويلي اصابه.
كيف هو يقول ايوه
تعال صور فيديو قصير.
فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الغلاف أمرنا مستوطنات دخلنا لا لن تعود إليها فمن الحدود عبرنا ومن السماء نزلنا والبأس ناداها فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الغلاف أمرنا مستوطنات دخلنا لا لن تعود إليها ومن الحدود عبرنا ومن السماء نزلنا والبأس ناداها
يا ويلكم إنا نبتنا ببحركم بهجومنا ومدبرا سترون ألوان الحجر
اسمعوا هذا النبأ صبح المنظم للملأ تنشيركم ما قدمت
ايمان
الصوت
قسما سنكسر قيدهم لن يبقى أسر بسجنكم في أرضنا مأوى لكم إنا بدأنا بالحساب
قد عاش الرعب جيشكم بالقتل حصدنا جندكم إنا زعزعنا أمنكم والأمن لفلسطين لفلسطين لفلسطين.
فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الغلاف أمرنا مستوطنات دخلنا لا لن تعود إليها فمن الحدود عبرنا ومن السماء نزلنا هذه الجنود أسرنا والبأس من ناداها فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الغلاف أمرنا مستوطنات دخلنا لا لن تعود إليها فمن الحدود عبرنا ومن السماء
ظل وسرية عجزنا أركان الموسى والأسرى الصهيونية يا ملحوا ذابوا في البلاد شاهدوا شافوا والحامل على الجرار ربي الصهيوني مكون وعملاء رجعوا من عار سري وصمت وإرادي انتو يا وحدات الطل يا وفاء أحرار بلادي
طلب بالقدس المحور رافع سبت
وحدة العلام يعتبر وقد أقول لك يا جبل راس النخبي تكسر على مرأى عدسات الشجعان شوفوا بالصورة الباصلة يا وحدات القسام. وحدات القنص المرصاد ومحلى رصاص القناصة يتهاوى منها الأوقات والمسلوق رصاصة بالطول نقطع أشلاء ونسدد على المقاتل قناصة الأرجاء اسم الله نرمي القاتل. نلبس لون الأرض وحناس ضربك يا غادي مثل الفاروق اهرب فينا واحنا خلفك صيادين. رجال المرجلة نحن رجال السلبلة نحن رجال المرجلة نحن رجال السلبلة قوم الحرب الفاصلة يا وحدات القسام. دقي يا وحدة الدروع بكورنيت العسي دقي خلي الصهيون المصروع بآليات وعم يبدي ممنوع يجرب ممنوع ويتغلغل تحت البري راح يرجع مخزي وموجوع وكتايب خلف المصري. يا وحدة الدروع تصدي هذا يوم تبكيهم ما تخلي الغاصب متعدي بالدماء تلقيهم. نحن رجال المرجلة نحن رجال السلبلة نحن رجال المرجلة نحن رجال السلبلة قوم الحرب الفاصلة يا وحدات القسام. يا الوحدة المدفاعية بصواريخ تزلزليهم على أرض الآبية بالملاش تدفينيهم. القدس المقوار رافع سبابي ورايي ما بيرحم والهم نار ابن المبدأ والغاية خطواكم فيها الإسرار. يا فوقية أعلنها اللي فوقية عينات يا بطل شعبي زلزلها يا نصر يا استشهاد. نحن رجال المرجلة نحن رجال السلبلة نحن رجال المرجلة نحن
الإصرار المشية عسكرية راحت بجيش الجرار والنخبة عالصوية
وملثم فوق الجبلي صالح الدين بقلبه للمسجد ما رح يخلي أقصاوي وعارف دربه قبة الصخرة في الروح مثل الدم بجرياني لسه الصخرة مش مسموح لسه وبتشوف جناني يشهد له باب الأسباط لما يدوي بيدمر بالعز يحلى الرباط والتآمر ما بيمر جيش المصحف ورد الثار لما يرتل بيزمجر والأقصى مسمع ملهم الأحرار سيد السنوار قائد الحرب وسلاح داعيا لكفاح إهدكم تنزاح غمة الشعب صائب الإقرار ملهم الأحرار سيد السنوار قائد الحرب كعبة وسلاح داعيا لكفاح إذ بكم تنزاح غمة الشعب
يا قائد الطوفان سلام العز والفخر بكم يا قاهر الطغيان رسمنا لوحة النصر لكم يا قائد الطوفان سلام العز والفخر بكم يا قاهر الطغيان رسمنا لوحة النصر إلى السماء إلى السماء مزيل ضبابة العاري إلى السماء نعطيه سياسة الثاري من القلب سلام إلى السماء
زعيم حماسنا الطاري مزيل ضبابة العاري فقيه سياسة الثاري من القلب
أن يزال رجال ضفتنا الأبية ينفر نحو السلطان من مس هدينا نرى الأقصانا ونسجد شاكرين وفي يوم الوقيعة قسم يمينه أن اجتث الصهيون برعب المكبرين أتاهم بأسنا بعطر ظنوه حصينا كيان مؤقت والنصر يقين المؤمنين فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الغلاف غنى من السماء نزلنا هذه الجنود أسرنا والكأس منا فاها فجرا عليكم جئنا وعلى الغلاف أغرنا مستوطانا ودخلنا لا لن تعودوا إليها ومن الحدود عبرنا ومن السماء نزلنا هذه الجنود أسرنا والكأس منا فاها
برجومنا ومدبنا سترون ألوان العذاب
هذا النبأ صدح الملثم للبلد تنشيركم بعد البدء كي يرحل المستوطنون العبارة نلقى لما صاروا خطاب للوسط الأمين أمن العبارة نلقى الوجراح لما صاروا خطاب للوسط الأمين أول من كل أهداف سجل مدن البلاد وارميها بصاروخ في العالي ما ينشاف أول من كل أهداف سجل مدن البلاد وارميها ضربات بأسكم وقطار الكل والفعل اكتساب شهدت ميادين القتال أفعالكم وأظن
سلمت يداكم يا رجال بثباتكم هزم احتلال هذا الكيان إلى زوال فاستبشروا نصر قريب.
لبيك نقتحم لبيك لا نذر لبيك ننتقم من قلة الكفر لبيك ننتقم لن تنفع النذر لبيك ننقض مع مطلع الفجر لبيك يا ضيف لن يفلت السيف لبيك قائدنا مصيرهم جيفون لجيوشنا سنبين وسيصبح التكبير لبيك أقصانا بمواكب التحرير وانتدبت الأحرار جد الفلسطينية بالموت منسى للدار سمونا الفدائية. هو انت جد الأحرار جد الفلسطينية بنموت ومنسى الانكار سمونا الفدائية. ما ننكسرنا ننهار ما ننضغط تحت النار طوفان حنا وإعصار هز الكرة الأرضية.
شوف الخدع الأخبار تترجى تحت البستان مركبتك يا غدار من قاذفي مشوية من قاذفي مشوية.
لبيك يا أقصى لبيك يا أقصى لبيك 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 يا أقصى لبيك يا أقصى لبيك يا أقصى لبيك 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 يا أقصى. الكرم تعطيهم درس في الروح القتالية. حيوا مخيم نور شمس وحيوا الجبعاوية. أحمد الجبعاوي الحر منه العدو ذاك المر صد اقتحام وما يفر بالصفوف الأمامية. وسيف الجبعاوي صار يلهم الموت وللعار كبار وبطلوا كبار انتو والجبعاوية انتو والجبعاوية. لبيك يا أقصى لبيك يا أقصى لبيك 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 يا أقصى لبيك يا أقصى لبيك يا أقصى لبيك 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 يا أقصى.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الناصر المعين صدق وعده ونصر عبده وأعز جنده وهزم الأحزاب وحده بأمر الله القوي المتين. وإن تأذن ربك ليبعثن عليهم إلى يوم القيامة من يسومهم سوء العذاب. بدأت على درب الكافحين المجاهدين قيادة كتائب الشهيد عز الدين القسام معركة طوفان الأقصى في 7 أكتوبر.
يلا الطوفة بنشيل أمتنا شد الحيل نبعث ع إسرائيل الأرض القدسية. يلا الطوفة نشيل أمتنا شد الحيل نبعث ع إسرائيل الأرض القدسية.
من كل مطرح شايب لا نمحي
into their custody. She will be driven to the border and will have medical help and supervision before returning to her family a little bit later on today. She was one of 5 female IDF observers kidnapped from the Nahal Oz outpost, and the last one to still have been in captivity. We are expecting 7 others to be released during the course of today, including Arbel Yehoud, who was supposed to be released last week but was held back after Hamas violated the agreement, according to Israel. And then also Gadi Moses, who is 80 years old. He was the first among 6 members of the Katz Moses Asher family abducted to Gaza. His partner was murdered on the 7th of October. We're also expecting 5 Thai nationals to be released as well today. That likely to happen within the next hour or so is the steer that we are receiving. 2 separate locations, Jabalia and Khan Yunis, are the 2 areas in Gaza where the hostages will be taken to before being released into Red Cross custody and taken to the border and home and their weeping relatives. It's just after 8:30. The other story this morning is the news that 2 airliners have collided next to, or almost as one of the airliners was landing at Reagan National Airport. It was a Bombardier aircraft operated by American Airlines. 60 passengers, 4 crew on board. Some of those aboard were members of the ice skating community in the United States, is what we are hearing. Members of the family had been... hostage already released, and that's Agam Berger. She was a member of the military. We saw her paraded on a stage and then waving to those in the crowd that she recognised. The Red Cross were quickly there. She was put into one of the vehicles, and we are told that she is now safely in Israeli military care. She'll be taken to the border. She will have treatment at the local hospital and then be reunited with her family. But what about the others? There are 2 other Israelis that we are expecting released today. Arbel Yehoud, a 29-year-old civilian woman, and also Gadi Moses. Gadi is 80 years old. As far as the identities of the Thai nationals are concerned, those have not been released. We're also expecting 110 Palestinians to be released from prisons in Israel. 30 are serving life sentences after being convicted of deadly attacks against Israelis. Some of them, according to Hamas, are also children. Continuing to monitor the movement of these vehicles, of course, we won't know who is inside until the vehicles stop. Even then, we are quite a long way away from the images, so it took us a little while to pick out Agam Berger, but she is now safely on her way back to Israel. Adam is in Jerusalem for us. The families are gathering at this news. Great news for Agam's family, but of course still tension until they see who else is in these vehicles.
Yeah, that's right. Agam Berger has been handed over to the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces. So she is on her way back here to Israel, to the embrace of her family. She's 20 years old, a soldier. So there are other hostages who are due to be released today, including Arbel Yehoud, of course, the last remaining living female civilian hostage. And as well, we have the Thais and also that 80-year-old hostage. So it really is an array of people. This, I have to say, also is happening considerably earlier than we had expected. It's only, coming up to 11:15 in the morning here in Israel. Previously, the previous exchange last weekend, that happened about lunchtime or so, and then the one before that was much later in the day, so they are becoming earlier. Hamas, I think, is to an extent really trying to orchestrate this whole process for maximum attention, and almost, I have to say, is a certain sort of PR effort of staging celebrations. Once again, lots of people gathering, this time outside Yahya Sinwar's house in Khan Yunis, one of 2 places where hostages are being released today, in Khan Yunis and Jabalia, up in the north, where a refugee camp that got a lot of attention for when it was attacked by Israel. Of course, and we should say immediately that more than 100 Palestinian prisoners are going to be released today. Always that big difference in the numbers, over 100 Palestinians out, much smaller numbers, of course, of hostages. Just as a primer, this is part of that ceasefire agreement that has been negotiated. It's part of the first phase, which will see 33 living and dead hostages released by Hamas into the care of Israel, and a very large number of Palestinian prisoners, maybe approaching 2,000, probably just under 2,000 in total, will be released by Israel, some of them serving very serious sentences, including murder. Here in Jerusalem, and indeed in Tel Aviv, of course, there will be enormous celebrations for the return of these hostages. When you come into this country, when you first land in Tel Aviv at Ben Gurion Airport, you are almost immediately, when you get off a plane, confronted by images of the hostages. When you go around cities up and down this country, you see these yellow ribbons. You see the slogans, "Bring them home, free the hostages," everywhere You go, people talk about it in every conversation you have. It crops up in all of the Israeli media. So it has been a focus relentlessly, of course, for Benjamin Netanyahu and his government ever since October the 7th, 2023, when these hostages were taken, to bring them home. It has profound symbolic importance after that long, devastating war, which both sides say has been awful. So clearly for the Israelis, that October the 7th attack, where well over 1,000 people were taken and were killed, and where appalling crimes were committed, that scarred this nation. In Gaza, where tens of thousands have been killed in the subsequent barrage, that has done enormous damage to the psyche of that area, and indeed to Palestinians around this region. So it's very hard to overstate the profundity of this conflict. And now this resolution with hostages coming back here, where they will be greeted with delight, by absolute delirium, by their family and friends, and where their every word and every insight will be seized upon. Just today or just yesterday, one of the hostages went back to the kibbutz where they were taken, and every word they said, every insight, every thought, every memory has been reported and recorded and discussed through this nation. So yes, we wait and see. We know that Agam Berger is on her way. We wait and see the plight of the others Israelis, the Thai hostages also, and indeed the response in the West Bank to the return of those Palestinian prisoners. And I think it is worth saying, Kay, that there are those in Israel who are thrilled to see the return of these hostages, but who look at the volume of Palestinian prisoners being returned and worry and say, yes, it is wonderful we're getting our hostages back, but they fret about the return of people who they consider to be some of the most dangerous terrorists in this region, in this country, and say, what price are we paying for the freedom of these hostages?
I wonder, I'm sure Benjamin Netanyahu is watching these images. It must be bittersweet for him because, of course, the hostages are being released, but he can see masked men, presumably members of Hamas, who are basically turning this into some sort, as you were saying, some sort of PR campaign for them.
Yeah, it's a very difficult moment for Benjamin Netanyahu, perhaps less so, though, because Donald Trump is in the White House. That was a victory that was greeted by him and by his government with absolute delight. In fact, not far from where I'm standing in Jerusalem, there is an enormous banner of Donald Trump on the side of a building, absolutely applauding his victory. His Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, has already come here and has been actually to the Netherlands corridor out in Gaza, and Netanyahu will be going to the White House next week. So there is a close connection between those, and I think it is, put on record that almost immediately on assuming office, President Trump, for instance, lifted the ban on the supply of 2,000-pound bombs to Israel, and not long after, Israel used very heavy munitions in the West Bank, where it is now launching a really serious campaign in the north of the West Bank in Jenin against what it says are Hamas terrorists. For instance, it started calling people up there the Jenin Battalion, which is an expression that doesn't really exist, but is being used in order to see that section of the West Bank as being an extension of the war against Hamas that it has waged in Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu is in a politically precarious position. That his critics have always said that he has used this war in order to extend his role as Prime Minister, fearful as he may be of what happens if he were to lose office, about potential legal action against him. But of course, he like any politician in his position, will want to use this success, as he would see it, of returning hostages for as much as he can. And I'm sure he will want to absolutely exert the pressure and the friendship offered by Donald Trump and say that relationship between Trump and Netanyahu has been crucial in driving a ceasefire in Gaza, and that while his critics will say that Benjamin Netanyahu has been the catalyst for such destruction in Gaza, I think he will say that it is firm leadership that has brought us to the point where there is a ceasefire and where these hostages are being returned.
I know you're going to stay across these images for us, Adam, and we'll be back to you very shortly because we have another major story to cover as well this morning, a mid-air crash between a Black Hawk military helicopter and a jetliner that was just about to touch down at Reagan National Airport. We do have images of the wreckage that are reaching us here at Sky Centre. It's thought 67 people have died, 64 including 4 crew on the Bombardier Sea. Adam standing by for us. One hostage has already been released.
Yeah, that's right. The person who has been released is Agam Berger. Agam Berger is a 20-year-old IDF soldier whose observation post was overrun on October the 7th. She was taken prisoner and she has now been released in Jabalia. Now, this is one of two locations. Jabalia is in the north of the country. It's where there's a very large refugee camp. And there is, as ever with Hamas, great symbolism to these things. And what is being said is Jabalia, there's two things. Effectively, it was a refugee camp that was attacked again and again by Israel, so it has become a symbol of the relentless attacks that Israel carried out. But secondly, there are those suggesting that Hamas has used this as an attempt to say that it controls the north of Gaza, that it still is in charge of an area that has been so demolished by Israel. Now, Agam Berger has, we're told now, entered Israeli territory. There is a familiar choreography to this now. She was handed over to the Red Cross. Red Cross had to sign a form for Hamas to say they had taken her. She then handed to the IDF and special forces who have taken her out of the country into Israeli territory, and she will be met by family and friends there. She will then be brought and will obviously have medical checks there to determine if she needs any significant medical attention. And then she will subsequently, unless she needs urgent medical attention, be brought to Tel Aviv. Now, she is the first hostage that we have seen released today. There are likely to be two more, Gadi Moses, who's 80 years old, and also Arbel Yehoud. Now, Arbel Yehoud is 28. She is a civilian, and she was effectively the catalyst for this hostage handover that's happening on a Thursday. Normally these have been slated for the weekend, but last weekend Arbel Yehoud, who Israel had expected to be handed over, was not included. And the Israeli government said that this was a breach of the ceasefire agreement, and as you might remember, they then closed off the Nezrim corridor, which is effectively a border crossing within Gaza between south and north. And it was only after Hamas had agreed that yes, they would now change the timetable and hand over Arbel Yehoud, that crossing was open, and we saw that huge movement of people going from south to north. So we await the release of those two people and 5 Thai hostages who have been held throughout this period. There have been actually quite a significant number of Thai nationals who were captured on October the 7th. They were working in kibbutzim. So this is being choreographed. The other handovers of hostages we now expect to happen in Khan Yunis, in the south of the country. And the symbolism there is that that handover will take place outside the house of Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader who was killed by Israeli forces towards the end of last year. You may remember that he was in a ruined house and a drone captured his last action, which was effectively to throw a stick at the drone before he was killed. At the time, Israel considered that footage, put it out and considered it to show Sinwar as a broken man, whereas actually for much of the Arab world it was seized upon as a sign of resistance. Outside his house is where these other hostages will be handed over. We don't know when, but certainly this process is happening much earlier today than it has on previous occasions.
Okay, Adam, for now, thank you. Back to you shortly, just as soon as we see further developments with hostages being released in Gaza today as part of that ceasefire, as you said. Meantime, a passenger aircraft has been... in Gaza as a result of a ceasefire that was brokered just ahead of President Trump taking office, middle of January. This is the third such release. We have seen Agam Berger, a soldier, the last of 5 female soldiers to be released, and she is now on her way back home to her loved ones. We are told that 30 prisoners sentenced to life imprisonment will be released as a result of her release, along with 20 other prisoners serving various sentences. Arbel Yehoud, when she is released, 30 Palestinian minors and women prisoners will be released as soon as that happens. And when the 80-year-old Israeli man is released, we are told that 30 prisoners, including 27 serving various sentences and 3 serving life sentences, will be released. There are, of course, 5 Thai nationals that will also be released today, though we do not have information on the prisoner swap, if you will, as far as that is concerned. Keeping an eye on the other hostages that should be released shortly. Meantime, US figure skating has confirmed several members of the skating the Israelis and 5 Thai nationals to also be released. Adam is monitoring this for us and joins us now. So, Adam, we have seen Agam Berger released. We're waiting for Arbel Yehoud and also Gadi Moses, who is an 80-year-old man, and 5 Thai nationals. We're not sure of their identities at this stage.
Yeah, that's right, Kate. It is a busy day today because there are 2 scenes, 2 locations where people are being released. The first is Jabalia in the north of the Gaza Strip, which was a refugee camp and is, I think, a demonstration by Hamas that they still hold the north. And as you can see, that was the first bit of orchestrated action by Hamas, was to release Agam Berger. That's her there in Jabalia. And there were she had on a Palestinian bracelet on her wrist. She was surrounded by people with weapons. That Hamas presented her weapon. That is the scene in Khan Yunis, in the south of the country, where we expect the other hostage releases to happen of Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses. And that is notable because the buildings you can see in the background there, one of those was the home of Yahya Sinwar, the former Hamas leader who was killed by the Israeli military towards the end of last year in an attack that the Israelis heralded as a huge victory, which I think clearly it was, killing Sinwar, and released the footage of him, and his final act was to throw a stick at an Israeli drone, which at the time Israel put out those images I think they considered to be actually quite demeaning of Yahya Sinwar, but for many in the Arab world was actually proclaimed as being him showing defiance until the very end of his life. So the 2 people who will be the 2 hostages who will be released, Arbel Yehoud, who is 28, one of the last female civilian hostages, and Gadi Moses, who is actually 80 years old. He was an agricultural worker at a kibbutz. His partner was killed in that attack on October the 7th. But already Agam Berger has been released, as we said, from Jabalia, and she is now in Israeli territory. The process, so she was handed over by Hamas initially to the Red Cross, and then she was handed over to the IDF. Special Forces took her out of Gaza to the reception facility, and that is where her family and her friends have been watching. She's arrived now at the facility, and the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, has said that she is now being reunited with her family. This is happening earlier than normal. And of course, they are likely to be met with huge celebration. You can see there, Kay, the crowds who are gathering, who gather all the time. That is Tel Aviv. Hostage Square there has become such a focus point. Initially, over the first year of the conflict, for people demanding the return of hostages, and now this is the 3rd time that we have seen the hostage release. That they're gathering there to welcome. An extra one, that we weren't expecting a hostage release to happen today, Thursday. They were being slated for each weekend. And the reason was that last weekend, last Saturday, Arbel Yehoud was not released. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, said that was a breach of the ceasefire, and he then, as a response to that, closed the Netzarim corridor, which is effectively a border crossing between North and South Gaza, and stopped vast numbers of people who wanted to return to the north of Gaza. When Hamas agreed that Yehoud would be released, today, Thursday, as an extra release process. Then the Nezarine corridor was opened, and you saw those extraordinary images of people flooding from south to north. There are 5 Thai hostages who will also be released today. We have, to be honest, fewer details of that. We don't have their names, for instance, nor do we know when and how they will be handed over. There were a lot of Thais, around a couple of dozen, who had been working at the various kibbutzim and were taken hostage during the October the 7th attacks.
Thank you, Adam. As you said, Agam Berger should have been released last weekend, and we have a lovely picture of the other soldiers that were released, the other female soldiers that were released, and they're watching her being released today. 5 female soldiers were taken hostage on the 7th of October 2023. All 5 are now back in Israeli care. Alistair standing by for us. Alistair, we are waiting for other hostages to be released. This is being done in 2 locations, I believe, Jabalia and Khan Yunis.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think that's an indication of a number of factors. Firstly, because we understand that Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses, the 2 Israeli hostages that are yet to be released today, we understand they were being held by a different group, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Agam Berger, who has been released in the last couple of hours, was being held by Hamas. So I think that might account for why it's being done in 2 different locations and at 2 different times today. As for the 5 Thai hostages, we know very little about them. We don't know their identities, and we don't know who they've been held with and where they will be released from. But the Israeli military are prepared for this kind of situation. They've set up 3 basic sort of reception centres along the Gaza border, one in the north, one in the centre, and one in the south. So Agam Berger there, waving to the crowd in a scene, this sort of scene that Hamas have now done in a couple of weekends running, dressed in what looks like IDF uniform. But it's not an official IDF uniform, but it is Hamas making the point that she was an IDF soldier. She was an observation officer along the border when she was taken on October the 7th. And that stage there that they put with thousands of people around it in this kind of show of force, really. I mean, Hamas making the point that despite 14 and a half months of war, they are still in Gaza. They have not been defeated, and that is why they are turning out in numbers every time we see a hostage release like this. So thousands of people gathered there at another point in Gaza, awaiting the release of further hostages later today. I'm just outside Tel Aviv hospital called the Schneider Children's Medical Center, which is where we expect at least Agam Berger to be flown to. We're just by the helipad where we think at least one of them, possibly more of the hostages released today, will be flown to, and this is where they'll then receive longer medical treatment. And it depends on their condition, their physical and mental conditions, how long they'll stay here for. We saw the first 3 hostages that were released about a week and a half ago. They have now left hospital. They were in hospital for about a week before being discharged. But each hostage will be allowed to spend as much time as he or she wants and feels that they need medical care for before returning back to their families, if of course their family homes still exist. In the cases of many, they were taken from kibbutzim around the Gaza border that are still in a very, very bad state, and still their homes are uninhabitable. So there's a lot for them to process when they are released, a lot of information that they will be getting for the first time. Israel and the world have had well over a year, almost a year and a half of this war, but for some of the hostages who have been held inside Gaza, they've been able to get snippets of information. They've occasionally been able to hear Hebrew radio, or they've been told various things by their captors, but a lot of them have major gaps in their knowledge and awareness of what went on October the 7th. And in the case of some of them, we understand, are not aware that their family members or loved ones were killed on October 7th, and so they might be finding that out for the first time when they are released.
Alistair, you said that she may well arrive via helicopter to be treated, and I think we're just looking at images that would suggest that is happening as we speak. Potentially, you were outlining to us that this could also be the situation for other hostages that are released as well today, staying in hospital for as long as they need to. As we look at the pictures from Gaza, I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu was strong-armed into this ceasefire by Donald Trump and his aides. I wonder how he must be feeling when he watches this, I suppose, show of strength by Hamas?
Yeah, these are difficult pictures for some in Israel to watch. Just quickly, whilst we've now gone back to this live shot of a helicopter, this is at the Re'im military base, which is, when I was talking about the 3 reception centres that have been set up, one in the north, one in the south, and one in the sort of centre of Israel, this is the one in the centre. So this is the Re'im military base where Agam Berger currently is. She's met her parents there. She will be having some very sort of cursory initial medical checks to just make sure that she doesn't have any kind of serious medical needs that need urgent attention. The IDF will have already been told that. The Red Cross, probably when they took the hostages, they don't give them any medical care, but they do radio ahead, and they let the Israeli military know, any information that they might need to know during that short journey by car when they take them through Gaza, a journey of 20, 30 minutes. It's really not far at all, but they do let the IDF know if there's any kind of immediate medical concerns. And then when they're in the base, they might be there for an hour and a half, not very long at all, unless they need to be. She will meet with her family, her immediate family, her parents, as will all the hostages. She will probably have a shower there, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see, we saw her leave Gaza wearing those sort of fake green Israeli military uniforms. I wouldn't be surprised if we see her get onto the helicopter or see her arrive here at the hospital. She's wearing civilian clothing. So she will be given the opportunity to sort of freshen up a bit, maybe put on some of her own clothes before she's airlifted to hospital. But back to these pictures in Gaza now, and you can see the rather sort of familiar now sight of these white Red Cross jeeps with the Red Cross flags flying to the rear, making their way through the crowds. Now, I think that is them arriving as opposed to departing, although we'll wait to see whether that's confirmed. This looks to be a slightly more chaotic scene than we saw earlier on this morning and last week, a little bit more like the scenes we saw on the day that the ceasefire came into force almost 2 weeks ago, where you had tens of thousands of Gazans gathered around the cars, and that annoyed the Israelis. Certainly, the hostages who were released said it was a pretty frightening experience. But truth be told, there's not a lot the Israelis can do about it, and the Red Cross themselves actually this week have said that they don't control the choreography of this part of the process. But you see those green flags, or I can make out 3 green flags, or 4 or 5 actually green flags of Hamas, and sort of go all the way back to your question, Kay. Yeah, it is a show of strength, particularly the release happening in Jabalia, which is in northern Gaza, the Jabalia refugee camp, which was the focus of some really heavy fighting over recent months as the Israeli military tried to take on remaining cells of Hamas there. But every hostage release like this and every prisoner release in the West Bank is a moment for Hamas and the Palestinian people to show their survival. For Hamas, it's a moment to parade alongside the hostages, to show that they remain in control, to show that they are not defeated. And that is a very difficult image for Benjamin Netanyahu and many in Israel to accept. The fact that one of their war aims was the release of all the hostages, and that process is now sort of underway, albeit quite slowly. But the other war aim was the total defeat of Hamas, and that quite clearly has not been achieved. And unless there is a resumption of the fighting, it won't be achieved. And so Hamas is making that very clear. They are still in Gaza, and you've got actually some of the flags of Palestinian Islamic Jihad there. Hamas are still in Gaza, and Hamas still control much of Gaza to some extent. Albeit, I think it's worth saying that they are nowhere near the military force that they were on October the 7th. They wouldn't be able to carry out another October the 7th style attack. They have been degraded dramatically by the Israeli military. Their senior leadership has been taken out, but they have not been eliminated altogether.
I'm just looking at some lovely pictures as we speak. Hopefully we'll be able to bring them to our viewers very soon. It's the family of Agam Berger who are watching her release in a military facility, smiles all round. They were watching from the initial reception facility in southern Israel, where she has since arrived there and is now, as I think we saw from your pictures, now at the medical facility at Rahim. This is when she was first handed over by those Hamas fighters. I'm sure you can see these pictures as well. Alistair, she looks anxious, she looks unsure, waves to the crowd. That's the image that her family would have seen. But right until she is in those vehicles, those Red Cross vehicles, and heading back towards the border, anything could go wrong.
It's a very anxious and concerning time for them. There have been hostages released in the past who have said that this moment of release, they weren't aware what was going on, and they were being driven through the streets of Gaza, some thinking they were being taken to be executed. Now, I think there's indications this time round that the hostages that are being released have been made aware of that, even sometimes 24 hours beforehand, and they're prepared for their release. But, she's there in Gaza by herself. Last weekend, we saw 3 Israeli female soldiers, but she's there entirely by herself. That photo there of Shlomi and Merev Berger, her 2 parents, with IDF officers, watching the moment of her release and the relief and big joy on their faces as well. But it's not until they cross the border into Israel that they can be sure that their daughter is home, and their daughter can be sure that she has finally returned home as well. So, these are moments that, on the one hand, have fallen into something of a pattern over recent weeks, and so to some degree the process is running reasonably smoothly, but also there are moments of great jeopardy as well. And so it's not until they've crossed the border into Gaza, into Israel, as I say, from Gaza, that anybody can be sure that they are home. And even then, let's just focus in on Shlomi and Merev Berger. They can't be sure what state their daughter is in, how she is doing physically, and how she is doing mentally, because without any doubt it will be a long road for all of them. But what we will see later on as well is what's happening in reverse, and that is the release of Palestinian prisoners, and many of them coming out of jails in Israel looking very gaunt, very, very tired indeed, with stories of being shackled and being beaten in Israeli jails, and they are coming home to crowds and families who are also celebrating their release as well.
Yeah, we believe that in exchange for Agam Berger, there will be 30 prisoners who've been sentenced to life imprisonment being released, along with 20 other prisoners serving various sentences. When Arbel Yehoud is released, 30 Palestinian minors and women prisoners will be released. And when 80-year-old Gadi Moses is released, Israel will release 30 prisoners, including 27 serving various sentences and 3 serving life sentences. This is all part of this ceasefire that was brokered just days before President Trump came into office. What more can we expect? It's at present, I think it's 42 days.
Yeah, so just a little bit more on the number of Palestinian prisoners being released, a bit more detail on that. So yeah, you're right, 110 in total today. Now, the first point I'd make is no Palestinian prisoners are being released in exchange for the Thai hostages who are being released. Now, I suspect that's because it's a slightly separate agreement. We've seen foreign nationals, I think particularly in the case of Russia, who has some of their nationals in Gaza, but often separate bilateral agreements are made with Hamas or Islamic Jihad to free their nationals. And I think the Israelis will say, well, look, we are not going to release Palestinian prisoners in exchange for Thai hostages. We will release some of these high-value Palestinian prisoners in order to get our own people home. And so 110 Palestinians being released today, of which 66 will be returned to the West Bank, 14 to East Jerusalem, and 9 to Gaza Strip, and 21 of them will be sent abroad.
OK. Just stand by for a second, if you would, please, Alistair, because we have those pictures I was talking about a few moments ago. We can now see them. And this is the reaction from Agam Berger's family. This is when she was released, and she waved to the crowd, as you know, and this is what was happening just the other side of the border. Her parents, Merav is there, and her father. Also, the relief on their faces after more than 450 days. She has finally been released, first of all, into Red Cross custody, if you will, care, and then over the border. That's where they were. They were joined together. They're reunited, the family, and now they are at a hospital in Rahim. Just tell us what's going on there, please, Alistair.
Well, they're a military base, which is very close to the Gaza border. I was down there just a few days ago, over the weekend. It's been turned into one of the 3 reception centres that the IDF have created. She will be met immediately by some designated support personnel who will meet her and will be the point people for her during this process. And this process has been refined many times by Israel. They went through a similar phase in November 2023, which was a 7-day ceasefire when we saw dozens of people released, and they've refined it this time round. So little things happen, like they instruct a lot of the IDF who will be around as security not to speak to the hostages initially, unless the hostages want to speak to them. That's so that they don't feel overwhelmed. So they have 1 or 2 people who make direct contact with them, who immediately look after them, put their arm around them, and take them to their parents. They are very much led by the hostages. I was told during the week, if the hostages say, you know what, I want to have a shower before I see my parents, well, if that's what they want, then that's what happens. Most of them, of course, want to see their families immediately, but then they want to freshen up a bit. Then they will come, or they'll be taken by helicopter, by Israeli military helicopter, flown to one of 6 designated hospitals, all of which are in or around the Tel Aviv area. I'm at one now. And at that point, they'll be handed over from the Israeli military into the care of professional civilian medical care. And that is the entire range of medical care, as you'd expect. And at the moment, so far, from what we understand of all the hostages who have been released so far, everybody has been in reasonably good medical condition. Emily Damari had 2 missing fingers. She's going to need quite a lot of medical work on that. But they've all been able to walk out with some strength, and they've all been able to recover in hospital. That's probably not going to be the case going forward. Gadi Moses, for example, today, who's being released, 80 years old. I think there's some concern that now we're entering a phase where initially it was the younger female hostages being released. Now we're entering a phase where some of the older hostages might be released. They could be in more complex medical conditions. And of course, we will get to a phase quite soon as well when we're seeing hostages released who are dead. And that will be a very difficult moment for the Israelis because so far it has been pretty much scenes of joy and celebration in Israel as they've seen their hostages come out looking reasonably well. It will be different when they see hostages come out who haven't survived. And I think particularly of Cherie Bibas and her 2 sons, Ariel and Kafir Bibas, who we understand, it has not been officially confirmed, but Hamas said they were killed more than a year ago. There's been no proof of them living since, and the Israelis haven't said that they believe they are still alive. And I think the fact that they have not been included amongst the first batch of hostages to be released, when you consider that if you had a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old still alive, they probably would have been amongst the first to have been released. And I think the fact that they haven't is an indication that perhaps they were, as Hamas said, killed more than a year ago. So those moments will be very difficult for the Israeli public to handle. But we're seeing these live pictures now of, and I think that's probably that vehicle, that white vehicle, I think is probably a Hamas vehicle. I'm just pausing because I'm trying to look at the colour of the bandanas that are around the 2 soldiers, the 2 militants that are ahead of the vehicles. I think are both wearing green bandanas of Hamas, as are the ones alongside it. So I think that is a Hamas vehicle that is being escorted by those fighters, which would suggest to me that that is arriving at this handover point in order for the process to begin for whoever is inside. And we think it is probably Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses to then undergo that formalised handover to the International Committee of the Red Cross. But that van, as you see, is surrounded not just by armed, masked militants, but also by dozens of Palestinians taking images on their phone as it makes its way and edges its way through the crowd. And then you see on the right of the screen as well that helicopter that is now got its rotor blades stopped but parked at the Ra'im military base, and that will ferry Agam Berger when she is ready to hospital in Tel Aviv.
You're talking about the formal process of handing over. It looks like pretty organised chaos at the moment, though, doesn't it, there, Alistair? The 1 hostage has been released, 7 more to go, including 5 Thai nationals. We don't know their identity, but we do know that we're expecting Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses to be released this morning. He was taken some 450 days ago, longer than that, and his partner was also taken, and she was murdered by Hamas.
She was, and that is the case. That is the story with quite a few of the hostages, is they were with friends or they were with loved ones, some of them hiding in their safe rooms in the kibbutzim, and they were taken, and some of them survived, some didn't, and some simply don't know whether or not their loved ones are going to come out at all. I've spoken to some hostages who have been released, have got loved ones still in Gaza, and they have no idea whether they will get them back alive or dead. And so it's a very difficult moment. But I'm just looking at these pictures here, and it is looking more chaotic, but you can see the flags, you can see the green flags, but the black and yellow flags are those of Islamic Jihad, and this is the first time that we've seen a release in this ceasefire that is, at least in part, coordinated by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And I think just, this moment goes to show that although it was Hamas as an organisation that broke through the borders on October the 7th and launched the attack on Israel, there were many others that followed behind them, including Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is a major militant organisation in Gaza, smaller than Hamas, but not insignificant at all. And that has led to many of the complications around ceasefire negotiations, the fact that you're not just dealing with Hamas, you're also dealing with other groups as well.
OK. For now, Alistair, I know that you're going to stay with us. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So 1 Israeli hostage has so far been released this morning. That was the final of the 5 female military personnel who had been taken hostage on the 7th of October 2023. Agam Berger, she has now been reunited with her family. Arbel Yehoud and also Gadi Moses, who is 80 years old, are due to be released. We think one of them is probably, or perhaps both of them, in that vehicle. 5 Thai nationals will also be released as part of the ceasefire that was brokered just a few days before Donald Trump took office. So if you continue watching our coverage, you will hear more about that throughout the course of the day. We're also waiting for a news conference, which will be a little bit later on this morning for the very latest on what has happened in the skies over Washington at 9 o'clock last night. As we speak, 67 people are thought to have died. Continuing coverage here on Sky.
It's 10 a.m, 12 o'clock in Gaza. You're watching Sky News. We're showing you live coverage of the release of 3 more Israeli hostages and 5 Thai captives. Israel expected to release also another 110 Palestinian prisoners, the third such exchange since the ceasefire in the Gaza Strip took hold earlier this month. Well, so far this morning, we have seen 1 female Israeli soldier, Agam Berger, who is 20, be released by Hamas, released from Gaza to the care of the Red Cross and then to the Ra'im military base where she met her parents. We are now inside Gaza expecting the next of those hostages to shortly be released. We believe that some of these vehicles are Hamas vehicles, some of these vehicles are Red Cross vehicles. Let's bring in our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who is down there. Alistair, what more do we know about the timetable of what's going to happen this morning?
So, 1 hostage, as you were saying, Agam Berger, already released from a different location in Gaza, northern Gaza, Jabalia, symbolic itself because it's been a major Hamas stronghold for a long time. It was the focus of very fierce fighting in recent months. She has been released. She is back in Israel. She's at a military base on the border with her parents now, and we expect her to be airlifted to hospital, perhaps, within the coming hour. What we're looking at now is Khan Yunis, is Gaza's 2nd largest city, just sort of south of the centre part of the Gaza Strip. And this is the handover, we believe, of Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses. Now, it's a slightly different moment, this, because Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses were being held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is a smaller militant group in Gaza. So you see militants from both Hamas, identifiable with the green bandanas around their heads, and also, I think, some fighters there, and certainly some flags from Islamic Jihad. So it looks a little bit more chaotic than what we witnessed earlier on this morning with the release of Agam Berger. And I believe this is all happening outside the ruins of the home of Yahya Sinwar, who was the former leader of Hamas, the mastermind of the October 7th attacks, killed by the Israelis a couple of months ago in Rafah, but the man who really designed and led October 7th and everything that happened after it. So a symbolic location for this release to happen. Now, the vehicles you're looking at are the Hamas or Islamic Jihad vehicles, but the Red Cross jeeps with the flags flying behind them have been making their way to this scene. And if it follows the same pattern as previous releases, we will see probably the hostages come out. I can't see a stage that has been set up yet. Like we saw this morning with Agam Berger, she was taken onto a stage. She was made to wave to the crowd, and the representatives from the International Committee for the Red Cross, in a very formal way, literally sign a document acknowledging that they are taking over the care, the custody of the released hostages. And once that's all complete, they drive them to the border and to hand them over to the Israeli military.
As we look at these images, Alistair, we're seeing on the right live images coming to us from inside Gaza. On the left, we're seeing inside Israel. You see the Israeli flags and photographs being held up of people who were captured by Hamas. Obviously, enormous excitement in Israel that more Israeli citizens are returning home, as well, of course, as the Thai nationals. But also there's anger at how this has been handled and anger about the number of Palestinian hostages also being released.
There is anger, and there are a not insignificant number of Israelis who will point to the images on the right of the screen, point to the Hamas fighters and say that is exactly why this ceasefire deal should not have been done. It is a deal of surrender. Look, Hamas exists still, and Hamas are still able to exert at least some degree of control over Gaza. So certainly there are some, not a majority I would say, but there are some in Israel who will look at these pictures and be angered by them. But I have to say, for the most part, it's the people on the left in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, and it's their feelings of sort of celebration and relief every time that a hostage is released that is I would say, the dominant feeling within Israel at the moment. But yeah, I mean, for sure, for everybody, after so many months, almost a year and a half of war, for so many in Israel, the idea that Hamas has managed, in some part at least, to survive everything that the Israeli military, one of the most militarily sophisticated armies in the world, has thrown at them, that sits incredibly uncomfortably. And for them, you know, the same applies to the dozens, hundreds of Palestinian prisoners who are being released as well, many of whom are serving long or life sentences, some for murder, some convicted on terrorism. You know, that too sits very uneasily with many in Israel, many who would question whether or not it is a fair exchange. In the case of an IDF soldier, Agam Berger, for example, she's being released, and in return 50 Palestinian prisoners will be released for her safe return. And many in Israel think that is an unfair ratio. But then, you know, amongst many of the Palestinian prisoners who are being released, certainly on the day of the ceasefire, are young children, minors under the age of 18, women, many of whom have not been charged with anything. They've been taken into prison, held on what's called administrative detention, no charge, in many cases not able to see family members, not able to see lawyers, no idea how long they were going to be in prison for or not. And so also there is a sense amongst Palestinians that in the cases, at least some of the prisoners, if not many of the prisoners, they are getting their own hostages home. I speak to Palestinians and they say, you know, these people are being held in prison. They've done nothing wrong, many of them. Why are they being held in Israeli prisons? They are our own hostages. So on both sides, very, very strong feelings indeed. On both sides, a feeling of celebration every day that we see of scenes like this. But on both sides, also, there remains a degree of determination, grit and anger that this war has not been resolved conclusively in the favour of one side or the other.
Alistair, really chaotic scenes, as we can see on the right-hand side in Gaza. These vehicles trying to sort of push through the crowds of people just hoarding around. You can see people filming it, but also a lot of people holding guns pointing up into the air, a lot of flags flying as well. The fact that there have been these two release points, the one down there in Han Yunis, near the home of Yahya Sinwar, and the other one up in Jabalia in the north. Do we think there's any significance to where these hostages have been held tied to these locations, or is the understanding that these hostages would and may have been moved many times throughout the Gaza Strip whilst they've been in captivity?
Everyone I've managed to speak to who has been a hostage or perhaps is involved in the military side of it on an Israeli side says that they have been moved many times, below ground and above ground. Some have been kept in tunnels for the majority of their captivity. Some were moved to the Mawasi humanitarian camp. They all have different stories. I think the fact that the two hostages whose release we're seeing now, Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses, were held by Islamic Jihad and not Hamas. I think that might explain why this is being done in two different locations and two different phases today. But also the fact that Jabalia in the north has been hit so heavily by the Israeli military, barely any of it's left standing, and yet Hamas can bring a hostage out of there and release her from that location, is a message. It's a message that, as we were saying, you have thrown everything you can at us. You've had the military, financial and diplomatic support of the most powerful army in the world, the United States, and yet you still haven't defeated us. And look, we can now stand in Jabalia, albeit surrounded by ruins. We can now stand in Khan Yunis, outside the home of our former leader, Yahya Sinwar, and we can walk in the open with guns, with balaclavas, with Hamas flags, and you have not defeated us. And that is all deliberate. That is a message. That is a message to the people of Israel and to the world. Hamas is still here. But it's also a message to some degree for the people in Gaza. Hamas still exists and Hamas still exerts control, because there will be, I know there are many in Gaza who often think it only privately, but are very angry that Hamas created the situations that they're now living in. I mean, they might not want to express it openly, but Hamas is showing a display of force. And today, with those flags, you're seeing those black and yellow flags as well, with the white circle, the flags of Palestinian Islamic Jihad as well, also showing that they have managed to outlive everything that the Israelis have thrown at them.
Alistair, a lot of attention obviously focused on the 3 Israelis who are being released today. We know a certain amount about them, but also 5 Thai nationals, and we don't know anything about their identities. Just explain to us a little bit about why there are Thai hostages and why the Thai government has perhaps taken a different stance and a different pattern in terms of identifying who they are and negotiations.
Yeah, so there are 10 foreign nationals, we understand, still being held in Gaza, of which the 5 Thais to be released today are half of them. We think there are 8 Thais in total, of which 5 are being released today. There's also a Nepalese and a Tanzanian being held in Gaza. Now, they were taken hostage from the various kibbutzim along the Gaza-Israel border, really the focus of where Hamas came to the border and attacked these villages. And for those who don't know, kibbutzes, they often operate around a very sort of socialist agricultural model. And so people go and work in the fields or on the farms, in the agriculture or in the industry that those kibbutzim are built around. And that is often foreign nationals. It certainly used to be a very popular thing for Europeans to go and spend a few months, perhaps on a gap year, working in the kibbutz. It's popular for many around the world, and these Thai nationals were working in the fields there when they were kidnapped on October the 7th. So that is why they are in Gaza. And the Thai government has been doing work behind the scenes in order to try and broker its own deals as well, separate from the negotiations going on between Israel and Hamas and using the Qatari, Egyptian and American mediators. We saw it about a year ago with some Russian nationals who were held. Vladimir Putin was able to do a separate deal with Hamas to get Russian nationals out. And so it isn't that they have necessarily been following the model that has been negotiated in Qatar and in Cairo, although of course the Americans and Qataris have been helping Thailand and others try to secure the release of their nationals. But I think the Thai government at times has felt that there's not been enough attention on their citizens who are being held in Gaza, that the attention, the focus, because, if nothing else, because of the sheer numbers, but obviously because for so many other reasons, the focus has been on the Israelis and a few others, like Americans and a few British nationals as well. But there hasn't been much focus on the Thai nationals. But we will see. We expect them to come out today. We weren't expecting the 5 to be released today. Hamas announced it last night. We don't know whether they are part of that convoy and part of this event, to be honest, for want of a better word, that is happening on the right of your screen. But we shall have to see, and it might be, we don't know until the doors of those vehicles, those white vehicles we've been seeing, are opened and we see who's inside and who is being released at this particular moment.
And back to the two Israelis who were also expecting to see released today, Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses. Let's talk a little bit about Arbel, because we saw her just recently, didn't we? There was a video that was released by the organisation holding her, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, on Monday, of her speaking to her family. So we have at least seen some footage of her relatively recently.
48 hours before that, Arbel Yehoud was supposed to be released last Saturday, according to Israel. And the reason Israel insisted she be released last Saturday was that she's female, she's a civilian, and she falls into the right age category. And so Israel says she should have been one of the first to have been released. She should have been released, in their opinion, before any IDF soldiers. And so when she wasn't released on Saturday, Israel said, right, well, we are now not going to keep to our side of the bargain, and we're not going to withdraw Israeli forces from the Netzarim corridor until this issue is resolved. And the Netzarim corridor was crucial because it was the cutoff between North and South Gaza. Well, that issue got resolved really pretty swiftly. Hamas put out a statement around lunchtime last Saturday saying, we believe she's alive, she'll be released in the coming days. And then Israel, satisfied with that, pulled some of its forces back from the Netzarim corridor. And we've seen this week the most extraordinary pictures of an estimated 350,000 people making their way back, most of them by foot, carrying anything they could from the south back to northern Gaza in a massive wave of people sort of making a reverse of exodus back to their homes in northern Gaza. So that is why Arbel Yehoud is particularly significant today. Islamic Jihad released a video of her speaking earlier in the week. Her family did not want it to be published by the media, but I think that was a proof of life video. It was probably designed to reassure the family, but also the Israeli government, that she is alive, and we will do what we say. We will release her later this week. But Hamas were accused of playing psychological games by the Israeli government for not releasing her when she should have been released, and that was last Saturday.
And both Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses were some of the hostages that were taken from kibbutz. They were taken from Nir Oz, from the kibbutz there. Arbel was taken from her home, along with her partner, Ariel Cunio, who it's believed is also still being held. Gadi Moses, though, who is an 80-year-old man, he was taken captive from his home and has marked his 80th birthday in captivity, but also a large number of his family were taken as well, weren't they? Some released, and his partner, Efrat, killed by Hamas.
Yeah, they were taken from Nir Oz, which is one of the smaller kibbutzim. One of the smaller kibbutzes, about 400 people live there, 400 or 500 people. It's still in a very, very bad state, as many of the kibbutzim are. People have not had the opportunity to rebuild them, but they estimate more than a quarter of the population of Nir Oz were either kidnapped or killed during the October the 7th attacks. So that kibbutz bore a very large brunt of what happened on October the 7th. And for a lot of them, they don't necessarily know what happened on the day. You know, they were taken from a kibbutz and they were taken quite quickly into Gaza, so they don't necessarily have full awareness of everything else that happened on that day and what has happened since. They have been able to pick up snippets of it, occasionally being able to listen to Hebrew radio, occasionally being told by their captors what's going on. Of course, they would have been aware of the intense military activity for so many months around them. But for a lot of the hostages being released, there will still be information that they don't know, and that is sometimes concerning their loved ones who are taken in with them, or who were killed, and they might have no awareness that some of their friends and relatives were killed. They're no longer alive. There are hostages, I'm thinking of Aviva Seagull, who, an Israeli-American woman, who was released in November 2023, if my memory is correct. Her husband, Keith, as she was being released, she saw her husband, Keith, in a room and said goodbye, and I'm going back to Israel, and she held his hand, and he didn't say a word, and that was the last time she saw him alive. And he should be. Now, Gadi Moses is the first elderly hostage and first male hostage to be released. So we would expect someone like Keith Seagull to be released in the coming days and weeks. But a lot of the time people don't know whether they're still alive or not until that moment that they are seen in or stepping out of these vehicles in Gaza. And for many, that is the first moment, the first time that they can be sure that their relative, their husband, daughter, son, whatever it might be, is still alive.
Just remind us of this first phase of the ceasefire deal, the total number of Israeli hostages that are expected to be released, and in exchange for how many Palestinian prisoners?
So the first phase of this deal lasts 42 days, 6 weeks. And during that time, there will be 33 Israeli hostages released. Now, I think the 5 Thai nationals are in addition to that. So it could be that 38 or perhaps even more foreign nationals are released. It could be that 38 are released in this first phase. They will be released in stages, as we've seen, many days apart. For every IDF soldier, Israel will release 50 Palestinian prisoners. And for every Israeli civilian, they will release 30 Palestinian prisoners. Now, one of the most crucial parts of this first phase of the ceasefire will happen on and from day 16. And that is when the mediators will get back together again in an official capacity, and they'll start negotiating phase 2 of the ceasefire deal. A lot of people doubt whether or not it will move from phase 1 to phase 2. We've been talking about how there are plenty in Israel, particularly some of those on the far right in the Israeli coalition at the moment, who would like to see a return to the fighting. And they will use images like we're seeing on the right of the screen here of Hamas fighters and Islamic Jihad fighters as justification for their argument to return to war. So there's a lot of people who doubt that it will ever make it beyond the initial 6 weeks, if it even makes it that far. But it has held so far, and for me, the images this week over a number of days of hundreds of thousands of Gazans returning to the north were incredibly significant, because we think it will make it much harder for the Israelis to return to fighting if they want to. Not impossible, but much harder. An area of northern Gaza that they had, pretty much sort of sanitized for the purpose of military operations has now been reoccupied by tens, hundreds of thousands of Gazans, and so that will make it much harder for the fighting to return. And so it might be that that those images this week were a major moment in this very fragile ceasefire deal. And the ceasefire deal has proven its fragility. It got off to a rocky start. It should have happened at 8:30 in the morning 2 weeks ago. It didn't, because Hamas had not given Israel the names of the hostages to be released. But that issue was resolved pretty quickly, and 2 hours, 45 minutes after it should have come into force, it did, in fact, come into force. And then you've had the issue surrounding Arbel Yehoud, which we spoke about, the fact that she wasn't released over the weekend. But again, that issue was pretty quickly resolved. So there is no trust between the two sides whatsoever. Israel and Hamas have no trust between them. But I do think that every time the ceasefire comes up against a bump in the road, and that can be smoothed out and overcome, then that does generate some confidence that the ceasefire could be maybe stronger than we give it credit for.
And you're talking about, obviously, these amazing images that we've seen over the last few days of streams of Palestinians heading back to the north of Gaza to try to see what is left of what they left behind. And how much harder this will make for any kind of Israeli operation in that area. But it also, I suppose means that for the hostages that still are being held, it makes it all that much harder to try to recover them, potentially.
It does. And, you know, we as we said, we don't know exactly where they're being held, underground or above ground. But Hamas are supposed to be providing Israel with the status of all the remaining hostages, certainly to be released in the first phase. They're supposed to be providing the status of them in Gaza as part of this deal. I should mention that Stephen Witkoff, who is Donald Trump's new Middle East envoy, is in Israel at the moment, has been in Israel over the last 24 hours. He said he was going to go and visit, he wanted to go and visit the Netzarim corridor for himself, to actually get on the ground and to see with his own eyes the situation in Gaza. So it'll be interesting to see whether he's able to do that. But he has been credited, as has Donald Trump, with pushing the ceasefire over the line, basically saying it has got to be done. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu flies to Washington on Sunday night to meet Donald Trump early next week. He'll be the first foreign leader we expect to go to the White House in this second Trump presidency. And there'll be a lot for them to talk about. I mean, that's an underestimation. But, of course, the ongoing ceasefire is one major aspect of that. And the sense we're getting from the US president is that Israel supports America supports Israel's right, the US government supports Israel's right to continue defending it themselves, but actually having now pushed a ceasefire over the line, as Trump managed to do, there isn't particularly any appetite in the White House to see a return to fighting again. So we'll see whether that kind of message, that sentiment is delivered to Benjamin Netanyahu when he meets with Donald Trump next week. But certainly this administration, in the form of Stephen Witkoff and Donald Trump, have played a game of being both very supportive of Israel, but also pretty tough on their desire to see the ceasefire come into force and the ceasefire to hold.
And on the subject of Donald Trump, of course, he made these extraordinary comments at the beginning of the week, didn't he, about Gaza, and questioning why the people of Gaza couldn't just leave, and that it essentially is a building site, in his words, and why they couldn't just leave and be rehoused in different countries in the Middle East. Those comments given pretty short shrift by all the countries that he was suggesting that they might move to.
Yeah, specifically Egypt, which obviously borders Gaza, and Jordan, which has a very high percentage of Palestinians in its population for historical reasons. But the leaders of both countries dismissed it entirely out of hand, which I have to say, if you speak to officials in those countries, has concerned. I mean, they are concerned that they are entering into a disagreement with the US president only a week or so after he's taken office, and they, like everybody, are aware of his unpredictability and the consequences of getting on his wrong side. So they don't want to get on the wrong side of the US president. They want to maintain, I mean, Egypt's the largest military, or has been the largest military donor of US military aid, for example. The Jordanians and the Americans have a very close relationship. But when Donald Trump is in the White House, anything can happen. And he made this suggestion that Palestinians in Gaza should be absorbed into Egypt or into Jordan. I mean, you know, almost unanimously pushed back upon by Arab countries. But, you know, it's given succor to some of the far right. I mean, the far right Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich here in Israel immediately picked up on it and said, right, we're going to work to try and develop a policy around this, and to try and make it not just something that is theoretical, but something that can become a reality. You know, I think all said and done, I do not think we're going to see millions of Palestinians being forcibly evicted from Gaza. They know that if they ever left Gaza in large numbers, it's very likely they might never be able to return again. But it does go to show that, you know, the US president, who we are now getting used to a second term, is you know, what he says can be, you know, it can cause an awful lot of trouble and concern in a region just by something that he might throw out there in a press conference. And you never know with Donald Trump whether it's just something that has come into his head that he says and sort of dismisses and doesn't think about for a second time, or whether or not it's actually something that he believes strongly in and wants to try and pursue. And if it is something he wants to try and pursue, then, you know, it could be quite problematic.
Alistair, just as we're talking to you, we're seeing some activity at the Reim military base, not far from where you are, where we're seeing this helicopter. This is the helicopter expecting to carry the Israeli soldier, the female Israeli soldier who was handed over this morning, Agam Berger, who has travelled in from Jabalia to this military base. She's met her parents there, hasn't she? This helicopter, do we understand this is the helicopter that would take her from there up to Tel Aviv to hospital?
Probably, yeah, probably, I would say so. It's parked in the right place. I would expect, or I wouldn't be surprised if they put something in the way to block the view of the camera before she gets on board. Perhaps they'll park some trucks in the way just to give her and her family some privacy as they get on board that helicopter. But no, I mean, the rotor blades aren't turning at the moment, so perhaps the departure isn't imminent. But I think she's been inside. She came over the border, and I think she's been in the base for over an hour now. So I wouldn't expect it to be much longer before she moves to a hospital where we are in Tel Aviv. But she will be given as long as she wants to be with her family, or to have any care that she might need, or some food, or to have a change of clothes. She'll be given as long as she needs in that base. It could be, and I'm just speculating here, it could be that they might wait for some of the other hostages that we're seeing now to be released. I suspect not. I suspect they will treat these as sort of two separate moments, and they will bring Agam Berger to hospital in Tel Aviv as soon as she is ready to do so. But it's hard to make out from these pictures exactly what we're seeing in the sort of scrum of people there.
I thought I might have caught a glimpse of Gadi Moses, but I may be mistaken. It could be another older man. But I thought I saw a glimpse of a man with his head uncovered who looked very similar to Gadi Moses. It certainly seems that there is now some serious activity happening inside Gaza. This must be presumably the hostages, given the number of people who are surrounding them and who are filming them with their phones. Alistair, just remind us what is happening here. This is not Hamas, this is Palestinian Islamic Jihad, who are handing over two hostages, two Israeli hostages, Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses.
Well, it's a bit of both. So those two hostages have been held by Islamic Jihad, and we've seen Islamic Jihad flags being waved, for example, and some Islamic Jihad militant fighters. I think I just about make out one of their bandanas there, roughly in the middle of the screen and just in the middle of the top. But you see the green bandanas of Hamas. Hamas will be controlling this release because Hamas are signatories to the deal, so they are the ones who have to take responsibility for overseeing every hostage release. But Hamas also showing that they are the ones who have the dominant control still in Gaza. And I'm just looking to see when you try and sort of work out where the cameras and the telephones, the mobile phones are pointing towards and which direction. It looks, is that Gadi Moses there? Gadi Moses is about 80 years old.
It does look like him, Alistair.
It looks like Gadi Moses in the centre of the screen there.
With a longer, the man with the white beard and the white hair, a longer beard than the images that we've seen of him up to now. But of course, he has been in captivity for over a year. It does look very much to be him, and it looks like people are trying to get photographs with him. Further activity further back.
Yeah,
Could that possibly be Arbel Yehoud in the sort of scrum of people further back?
These will be very, very frightening moments. I think I saw Gadi Moses sort of slightly take a stumble backwards there as they were being jostled by the crowd. And yeah, I think you're right. The camera's pointing sort of backwards as though someone else we're expecting. That would be Arbel Yehoud. And this is a much more chaotic scene than we've seen either this morning in the case of the release of Agam Berger or last Saturday, where it was slightly more formalised. Hamas in those cases had made a bit of a sort of a square area where their forces sort of created a bit of a barricade to keep the crowds back, and so it was a slightly more civilised affair, albeit very staged. This is much, much more chaotic, and I think you can see just by the way the camera is tracking it that her passage, escorted by the Hamas militants through this crowd, is not a clear passage at all, as everyone is scrambling to try and take a photo. I saw someone trying to take a selfie there as they're trying to get her through this crowd. It will be this is a very frightening moment for Gadi Moses and Arbel Yehoud. And Gadi Moses is 80 years old. We have no idea what kind of health he is in and what he's endured over the last 15 and a half months. So this is not, Israel will not be happy with seeing these scenes. They will not be happy with it at all. The Israeli government will be very unhappy to watch this.
Well, and as will their families. This must be absolutely gut-wrenchingly terrifying for their families to be watching at the moment. Alistair, can you just explain why there are so many Palestinians down there? Why, we've seen a lot of people jumping up, trying to catch images. Why are they there in such large numbers? Why are they so keen to capture images of themselves with these hostages?
How are you?
Well, this is Khan Yunis, which is Gaza's second largest city. So prior to October the 7th, was a very, very large, dense population hub, but has been in many parts entirely demolished through the fighting. I've been there myself some months ago and didn't see a building left standing. And so now that the ceasefire is in force, and now that Israeli forces, who remain in Gaza very much so, but have withdrawn from urban areas, from densely populated areas, there is a degree of freedom for Palestinians to move around Gaza. And, this will just be a moment of interest for them, a moment of fascination. There could be an element of the crowd being instructed to be there, or some elements of the crowd instructed to be there, but there will also just be a simple fascination that this is going on. And I think that's the Red Cross vehicle behind there, which is a good sign that the Red Cross are there, and there's some official of them there. I think you can just about make out the Red Cross on the back of the van and the flag that's poking up from near the boot. But I think it's as simple as that. A lot of Gazans, a lot of Palestinians who are probably still in the area, in the vicinity, if they understand that there's a hostage release going on, probably want to go down and witness it for themselves. And it is chaotic, and this does not look like it's in control at all. It looks like there's a Gazan police officer wearing a beret there, trying to tell the crowd to get back so this vehicle can get through. There's photographers, there's journalists giving live feeds. It is a very uncontrolled atmosphere down there.
And this is being watched, of course, inside Israel. We can see that Red Cross flag now fluttering very clearly in the breeze. This is being watched very clearly. There's Hostage Square inside Israel, crammed with people watching these images on screens there. We talked a little bit about Benjamin Netanyahu and how he is perhaps emboldened by President Trump's arrival back in the White House. And there is joy in Israel, of course, looking at these images, but also still anger from many, Alistair, about the way that Benjamin Netanyahu has handled the situation since October the 7th.
No, he can't.
Yeah, and I think you can see on the faces of the people on the left of the screen there watching this. They'll be watching it on a big screen in Hostage Square. And they've started cheering because can we see...
I think we can see Gadi Moses again.
Gadi Moses.
Yeah, I think we're able to see Gadi Moses again, just briefly, right at the front of that vehicle, in the centre of the screen.
Yeah.
And possibly that as well.
They'll be trying to get him into the Red Cross vehicle as quick as they can do, because once he's in the Red Cross vehicle, that is a relative place of safety. So I imagine the Red Cross will want to get him and Arbel Yehoud in that vehicle. But you could see from the split screen shot of Hostage Square in Tel Aviv the concern and the silence of the people there watching it. Unsure too what is going on. Now you're talking about Benjamin Netanyahu and the way he's handled this and his popularity. His popularity has ebbed and flowed during October the 7th. He's blamed by many for being the man in power when October the 7th happened. Many did and still hold him responsible for it, but there's been moments during the war where his popularity has really risen. Moments like the killing of Yahya Sinwar, for example, moments like during the conflict against Hezbollah and the ability to push Hezbollah back from Israel's borders. So it has been an up and down period for Netanyahu, but the people you watch on the left of your screen in Hostage Square are the people who come out and have been protesting on the streets of Israel every single week, at least once a week, always on a Saturday evening after the end of Shabbat, calling for a hostage deal, and real anger amongst some of them that a hostage deal was not done sooner. And that anger will feel justified by what they've heard subsequent from the likes of the Qatari Prime Minister, speaking to Sky News and speaking to others, saying that this deal was sort of in place. The building blocks of this deal were in place many months ago. It could have been done many months ago, and both sides blame each other. And I think the general feeling you get from listening to the Americans or to the Qataris or the Egyptians is that at times both have been to blame. It has not always been Hamas that has collapsed a deal or stalled on a deal. There's been internal Israeli politics as well, but Netanyahu has had to try and balance a coalition that has many far-right members in it that for a lot of the time were crucial to the government remaining intact in Israel. And those far-right members, they don't just want an end to the war. Some of them want to see Gaza completely emptied of Palestinians and reoccupied and resettled by Israel. So there's plenty of different dynamics, political dynamics at play in Israel. And I haven't even got on to the theory that Benjamin Netanyahu has acted in a way that has only been to the good of his own self-preservation, his own self-political preservation. He's currently, not right now, but this week he has been back in court again at his court case for fraud claims. So he's got that going on. He has got a significant opposition within Israel. He's had people resign from his coalition. He's had security officials suggesting that his actions have been to blame and he's been the one stalling a deal. So he's been navigating a personal path through this, and many people believe that he's put that personal path of his personal political survival above the survival of hostages.
Alistair, we've talked about the numbers of people who are going to be released in this first phase of the ceasefire deal. 33, we think, Israeli hostages. Not sure whether the Thai nationals are included in that number or added to it, but at least 8 of the hostages that will be released over this first phase are no longer living, are they? Do we know when the dead bodies will be handed over?
They are likely to be handed over last. So the living are the first to be handed over. So it's likely that of the 33, those are those who are no longer living will be part of the last to come out. It'll be a very difficult moment for Israelis. We've seen now on 3 occasions hostages come out alive and for the most part looking in reasonably good physical condition. I think there's probably a concern over Gadi Moses being 80 years old, but for the most part we've seen hostages coming out looking in quite good physical condition. I mean, that's not to say how they are mentally, but when the bodies of hostages come out, as they inevitably will do if this ceasefire holds, then that will be another very tricky moment for the Israeli public to see and to deal with. But it is an inevitability, as I say, as long as this ceasefire holds.
And in terms of the handover that we're seeing here, that we're waiting for, as you're saying, we've already seen one handover a couple of hours ago. Arbel Yehoud, who was, Agam Berger, who was a female Israeli soldier, has already been handed over. She's at the Reim military base and met her parents there. We saw her being handed over, moving up onto a stage and waving to the crowds there, and then being handed over to the Red Cross. Here we're seeing a more confused picture. This is in a different location in Han Yunis, where Palestinian Islamic Jihad are also involved in the handover. You were saying that Hamas is controlling it, Alistair, but do we think that there is going to be a similar... It doesn't appear to be, a stage, for example, set up, or do we think that these hostages may just get into these vehicles and depart?
I can't see a stage in this case. We saw one this morning, but we haven't seen pictures of a stage. What we saw on the first day of the ceasefire is more similar to what we're seeing here, in the fact that it was very chaotic. Now, in that case, we saw the 3 hostages, Doron Steinbrecher, Romy Gonen, and Emily Damari,
pretty much transferred very hurriedly from one car, from a Hamas vehicle, into the Red Cross vehicles, and we saw a sort of a fleeting glimpse of them as that happened. And the process of Hamas getting the Red Cross to officially sign it over happened out of sight in a building close by. Then what we saw over this most recent weekend and this morning was that play out in this kind of very staged manner on a stage, watched by people. That doesn't look as though that's happening this time. This looks much more chaotic than we've seen. So I suspect that will be happening out of sight somewhat. And then what that all done, the Red Cross vehicles will start making their way clearly quite slowly through those crowds. Although actually now the camera does come out a bit. It does show you that the crowd is large, but maybe not quite as large as it looks when it's in close focus. And actually the Israeli military were making a point of that recently by saying that the pictures look as though there's masses of Hamas militants around the cars, but actually when you come out, the crowd's not nearly as big as you might think. So they were trying to make a point of that, and the Red Cross vehicle now moving there, which might be a sign that the process, this part of the process, is now complete, and they are moving Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses away from here and to the border. So it might be that they are now formally in the custody of the Red Cross, and they'll be making that journey. As I said, it's quite a short journey. This is happening in Khan Yunis, so they might not go to Raim. They might go to a crossing south of there, where there is another Israeli military reception centre. Excuse me. They might go down to around the Kerem Shalom crossing, right on the sort of the corner of the Gazan, Egyptian and Israeli border. So this could be a different location they go to. Either way, it shouldn't be a particularly long journey, 20 minutes, half an hour, and then they're handed over to the custody, to the care of the IDF, and they will be able to finally, after so many hundreds of days being held by Hamas and Islamic Jihad, they'll finally be reunited with their families who are waiting desperately to see them.
Yeah, it looks like at least three Red Cross vehicles travelling in a kind of convoy, definitely on the move now. One can only hope that the hostages are inside them, but they do appear to be moving through those crowds, being pushed back by soldiers around the crowds. And Alistair,
it does look as though now they're on their road. Four of those vehicles now, all moving away. So that does look to be a good sign.
And Alistair, what about the five Thai nationals? Those are the other that make up the total of 8 that are going to be released today. Do we know where they are going to be released from? Which particular part of the Gaza Strip?
Honestly, I don't, and I don't know whether they might even be in these vehicles. We've caught sight, we think, of Gadi Moses in the crowd there, but we don't think we saw Arbel Yehoud, and therefore it could be that the Thai hostages are part of this convoy as well. I honestly don't know. We don't even know their identity. Their identities haven't been confirmed. We think there are 8 Thai nationals being held in Gaza, of which 5 will be released today. It might be the other 3 are dead, but we don't have any information really about them, where they're going to be released, when they're going to be released, and who they are. So they could be a part of this convoy, potentially.
And while, of course, the world's attention has been focused here on Gaza and on the release of these prisoners, the first hostages over the last few days, there has also been an uptick in activity concurrently in the West Bank as well. Perhaps it would be a good opportunity for you to tell us a little bit about what's been going on there over the last few days.
Sure. So the Israeli military have been carrying out a counter-terror operation, a pretty large-scale counter-terror operation, particularly focused on the city of Jenin in the northern West Bank, which is where a number of terror attacks against Israelis have originated from. There is a strong militant resistance presence in Jenin, particularly in the refugee camp there. I think it's the 10th time in 12 months that the Israeli military have launched an operation in Jenin. So it has been the focus, and it has long been the focus of counter-terror raids by the Israeli military. They are still there. 14 people, I think, have been killed in and close to Jenin in the last 10 days or so during that operation. But 10 people were killed overnight in an Israeli airstrike just south of Jenin. Israel says that they were terrorists planning attacks or responsible for attacks, but 10 people killed in an airstrike. And airstrikes have become much, much more commonplace in the West Bank over the last year or two. I remember about 12, 13 months ago, I think it was, an airstrike happening in the West Bank, and that was the first one for about 20 years. I think there's been more than 100 over the last year alone. And so there's a real fear amongst Palestinians and amongst many that Israeli military attention will shift from Gaza now that the ceasefire is in play, and will shift to the West Bank. But the Israelis will say that they need, in order to keep their borders safe, they need to root out pockets of terrorism that still exist in the West Bank, and they will go and do that.
Alistair, as I'm speaking to you, Israel's Channel 12 has said that they believe that Arbel Yehoud, that is the 29-year-old from near Oz, has been handed over to the Red Cross. Footage showing her being surrounded by a surging crowd. It's very difficult to see what is going on there, but they are reporting on Channel 12 in Israel that she has at least been handed over. We thought we saw Gadi Moses as well. In the last few moments, we've seen some Red Cross members getting out of one of these vans and walking around to one side of the vehicle, and there does appear to be some kind of conversation happening on the ground between the Red Cross and between the different militants who are down there, Hamas and also Palestinian Islamic Jihad. A very tense time on the ground.
Yeah, very tense time. And actually, I thought maybe the movement of the Red Cross vehicles might be because the process had been complete, but it doesn't look as though they are. You can see two of the Red Cross officials there wearing the red bibs of the Red Cross. One man, one woman walking towards another man there, walking towards that vehicle. So it doesn't look as though things are quite complete yet. But I would say that things look a little calmer than they were maybe just 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, maybe they've moved down away from where the bulk of the crowd are. But a confused situation on the ground. But it's worth lingering on these pictures because we may well get images of these hostages as they are released. Still awaiting sight of Arbel Yehoud, a 29-year-old who was taken from kibbutz near Oz, from her home on the overnight of October the 7th. She was taken along with her partner, Ariel. The car's now moving again. The Red Cross members have got back into the vehicles, I think, although I can also see one of them still on the ground as well. Also waiting to see if we see images of Gadi Moses, who is the 80-year-old, who we thought we saw some images of him down in the crowd a short while ago. And while Israel's Channel 12 is saying that they do believe that Arbel Yehoud has been handed over to the Red Cross, we've had no confirmation from the Red Cross itself. And we've certainly not been able to distinguish them from these really confused images on the ground from these crowds. And Alistair, just remind us, I mean, it is a little bit different each time we've seen hostages released, but what is the broad principle? Those who've been holding the hostages hand them over to the Red Cross. There is some documentation signed, and then what happens?
Yeah, so, as chaotic as this looks, and it is chaotic, this particular scene, it is still following, by the looks of things, a pattern. And that is that the hostages and the Red Cross come to the same meeting point in Gaza, a meeting point that has changed, I think, every single time that we've had one of these hostage releases. This one, and specifically that you're looking at, is in Khan Yunis. And they come and the Red Cross sign a piece of paper, an official piece of paper, to take custody of of the hostages from Hamas, or in this case from Islamic Jihad. Now, we have seen on occasions there to be more of a staged event. This is chaotic. We've seen on occasions, like this morning, a much more staged event where the hostages have been taken onto stage, they've been made to wave, they've been given certificates and medals in a sort of slightly bizarre ceremony of their time in custody, in captivity rather, in Gaza. But once that's happened, they get into the Red Cross vehicles and they are driven to the border. Now, the Red Cross will immediately radio ahead to the Israeli military and just inform them of the condition that the hostages are in. So if one of the hostages needed some really urgent medical care, and I think that was the case in November 2023 when we had the 7-day ceasefire, one of the hostages came out, needed really urgent medical care as soon as she got across the border. So the Red Cross will inform the IDF of that, and assuming that there isn't anything urgent, they will immediately meet some Israeli soldiers just within the perimeter fence of Gaza. They will each have an official and some medical staff pointed to them as their sort of contact points, and then they'll be driven to one of 3 nearby reception points. One in the north near the Erez crossing, one at Ra'in in the centre sort of point of Gaza, and one at Kerem Shalom, which is in the south, in that sort of elbow area between Gaza, Egypt, and Israel. I think that's where they'll go now, to Kerem Shalom, because it's probably the closest point to go to. It could be Reim, it might be Kerem Shalom. Either way, their families, some immediate members of their families, probably in the case of Arbel Yehoud, parents maybe, or they will be there to meet them, to see them. Not many members of the family, just immediate members of the family, so not to overwhelm them. They will probably have a little bit to eat. They will be able to change their clothes if they want to. They'll be able to freshen up, and then when they're ready, they are airlifted to one of 6 designated hospitals around the Tel Aviv region, including where I am at the moment, which is the Schneider Children's Hospital. And there's a lot, I'd say, how sort of, the process is sort of smoothing itself out. I mean, that's at every level. So I was speaking to a nutritionist earlier in the week who's involved on the Israeli side of things, and saying we're very careful how much we allow them to eat initially, even if they're very hungry. There are syndromes where you can overeat carbohydrates, and that can be very dangerous for you when you first come out of long stretches in captivity, or long stretches where you've been eating very, very little. So they're very careful about the diet and the nutrition they get inside them, making sure that they increase it over time. And the same goes for exposure to friends, family, exposure to the outside world. It's a bit-by-bit affair, just very slowly does it. Even if there's a temptation to immediately sort of see all your friends and families, it's a temptation to get outside and, I don't know, go for a coffee or go shopping. It's just, look, take it very, very slowly, because their emotions will go in waves. There will be a feeling now, probably, once they cross the border, there'll be a feeling of euphoria that they're out. But that euphoria in a couple of days could crash, and there could be a realization of what they've been through and the difficult months that they've been through, and that will be a very tricky, perhaps very dark period for them, and it will go in various waves, and they'll have to be managed through that. And most medical experts say they will probably need a degree of medical care, medical attention, possibly for the rest of their lives. And they will get that. The Israeli state has pledged to make sure that is paid for, and that can be provided for as long as they need it. But they will be encouraged to stay in hospital for, again, as long as they need to do so. I think we've seen in the case of Romy Goren, Doron Steinbrecher, and Emily Damari, the first 3 hostages to be released. They stayed in hospital for about a week, and they have now left hospital. The 3 IDF soldiers that were released this past weekend are still in hospital, and I think they are eagerly waiting
the return of Agam Berger as well, because they were all serving on the same base, they were all taken together. The reports that one of the three released that weekend said, I'm not going unless Agam can come with me. But they are all waiting to be reunited, and of course, they will probably be quite important to each other, because nobody else will be able to understand what they've been through other than their own fellow captives. So that will be a source of strength as well. But when they're in hospital, they'll be in hospital, but they'll be in rooms and areas of suites designed not to look like a hospital, to look far more informal than that, not clinical. A place where they can feel comfortable, where they can relax, where their family members can stay if they want to. And going back to how slowly things need to be taken, how strange the very normal and everyday was. They'll be able to order whatever food they want. I mean, although I've spoken about how the doctors will want to make sure they just gradually reintroduce them to large quantities of food in a sort of gradual process, to be able to order any food they want, something that wouldn't have been a luxury that they've had in all this time in captivity. They will, if they want to go to the loo, in the past 15.5 months, they probably had to, they will have to have requested to go to the loo. They'd probably been followed by someone who's armed, maybe even watched. They'll have the freedom just to do something so basic as that, and that will be very unusual to them. So these are all, everyone is individual, everyone is different, but it is a process that the Israeli authorities have been through before, and they've refined it, and they continue to refine it.
OK, Alistair, thank you very much for that for now. We are just getting word from, again, Channel 12 in Israel, that the Israeli hostages Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses have both been handed over to the Red Cross. It's 11 o'clock here in the UK, 1 o'clock in Gaza. You're watching Sky News. We're bringing you live and continuing coverage of the release of another set of hostages today. This morning, we saw Agam Berger, who is 20, who was a female Israeli soldier, being handed over to the Red Cross. In the last few minutes, these images have come to us of her being handed over to IDF forces. Emotional scenes for her as she met Israeli Defence Forces personnel. She was, of course, a soldier herself. One wonders if she finally realises at this point that she is actually safe. But she has now apparently met her parents at the Raim military base. She is still there as far as we know. From there, she will be transferred up to Tel Aviv to hospital if she wants to go to hospital. But she looks sort of in relative good physical health, looks tearful there as she's meeting those IDF personnel. Those pictures, the latest pictures that we have from the Israeli Defence Force. So that was images that happened a couple of hours ago. She was released in Jabalia in the northern part of Gaza, one of 5 female soldiers who were captured by Hamas on October the 7th. And then separately from that, in another location in Han Yunis, which is further to the south of the Gaza Strip, we have had very, very chaotic scenes there. This is where Arbel Yehoud, who was 29, a civilian, she was taken from the Near Oz kibbutz, and also Gadi Moses, an 80-year-old man, the first male hostage to be released. He was also in the Near Oz kibbutz. We believe that they have been handed over in the last few moments. The Red Cross have confirmed we've heard via Channel 12 in Israel that they have been handed to the Red Cross by Hamas militants. They, though, were not being held by Hamas. They were being held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, a different militant group inside the Gaza Strip. So a combination of both Hamas and Islamic Jihad involved in the transfer of those hostages to the Red Cross. Slightly more chaotic scenes at that location. And then we saw a short while ago more confusion on the streets down there. We saw a number of it looked like people coming through the crowd, and we know that there are 5 Thai nationals who are also being released today. Whether or not that was the handover of those Thai nationals, we do not know yet, but it is certainly the case that we are expecting 5 Thai nationals to be released as well as the Israeli hostages. Now, what happens after they have been handed over to the Red Cross? There is some documentation that the Red Cross are having to sign, and then they are taken out of the Gaza Strip. A bit of the geography of the Gaza Strip. It is a relatively small area of land, 25 miles long. It's only 4 or 5 miles wide, even narrower at places. So actually, to get from any part of the Gaza Strip to the Israeli border doesn't take that long. So it could be within minutes, it could be in as little as 20 minutes to half an hour that they are then released. We can hear the crowds now down there. Let's just listen into the crowds. So it does appear that some kind of handover is happening there, and given that we understand that Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses have already been handed over, it is supposition to say that this is possibly the 5 Thai nationals who we know very little about. This was a decision of the Thai government that they wanted to keep the nationalities of those who'd been taken hostage by Hamas more private. They had a very different stance to what was happening in terms of the negotiations and what they felt was the best course of action. But it is worth marking, of course, that it wasn't just Israelis who were taken hostage that day. Many Thai nationals work in the kibbutz, which border many of the areas around Gaza, and it was in a number of these kibbutz that the Hamas attack took place, as well as at the music festival, at the Nova Music Festival as well. So anybody who was in those kibbutzes was taken by the Hamas and Islamic Jihad forces on that day, and so that did include a number of Thai nationals. We think there are 8 Thai nationals being held, 5 of them being released today, and these are the images of that vehicle that appears to have taken some hostages, joining that Red Cross convoy. Lots of crowds down there, but as Alistair was pointing out, our Middle East correspondent, just a short time ago, when the camera pulls back, whilst there are a lot of people close up to these vehicles, we can hear them chanting now. And this crowd is a mixture of Hamas militants, Islamic Jihad militants. You can see by the different headbands which is which. But also we've just seen people from the local area also standing there. We saw even children standing on some of these mounds of earth, watching what was happening. A lot of people filming it. Palestinian journalists down there as well. Let's bring back in our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who is on the Israeli side of the border there, waiting to see these hostages being reunited. And Alistair, we saw the first images just a short time ago of Agam Berger being met by IDF forces. She looked like she could hardly believe what was happening.
No, I mean, I think until they cross, until they are back into the hands of the Israeli military on the Israeli side of the border, they won't have dared to believe what is happening. We've had indications that some of the hostages being released during the ceasefire have been made aware of it, maybe 24 hours beforehand. But in some cases, for sure, we've heard in the past hostages coming out saying they had no idea that the moment they were being taken out and handed over to the Red Cross, and it seems like we've been witnessing here, they had no idea that it was part of a release. They thought they might have been taken to be executed, for example. And so it is an incredibly frightening moment for them, and it's not until they are back in Israel, their home country, with the Israeli military, with their family, that they can really believe that they are free from their time, their ordeal in Gaza. And it's not for their families. They can't believe it either until they can finally hug their loved ones when they come back.
And Alistair, what do we know about the Thai hostages? Very different to the amount of information that we have about the Israeli hostages. But do we know, for example, whether any of their families may be there to greet them, or where they will go when they have travelled over the border into Israel?
I don't, I'm afraid. I don't know their identity, and I don't exactly know the process. I saw a Thai flag being waved in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. What I can say is that when some Thai hostages were released back in November 2023, they were flown back to Thailand pretty quickly and reunited with their family back in Thailand. But this was unexpected. We were expecting 3 Israeli hostages to be released, as they are being today. We had that news about 36 hours ago. But the release of the 5 Thai nationals is a sort of an addition to it that wasn't expected. And so I suspect by that, their family members have not been able to make the journey over quick enough over here. Now, it might be that they're getting on planes now. I really don't know. But I think the emphasis for the Thai nationals will be to, as with all hostages, to get them the medical care they need immediately, to settle them for a few days here, and then probably take them back home to Thailand as quick as possible, without, of course, putting their medical state at risk in any way.
And Alistair, what do we know about the hostages that remain inside Gaza, the hostages that we have not seen released yet? We know that some are held by Hamas. We know that some are held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. What about other groups who are involved in what is happening?
Well, one of the complications of the negotiations and what is happening now is that whilst Hamas was the group that masterminded the October the 7th attacks, whilst Hamas was the group that broke down through the border and launched the attacks on October the 7th, other groups followed in behind, like Islamic Jihad. Palestinian Islamic Jihad is a major militant group in Gaza, but there are also smaller groups, almost unofficial groups, gangs, crime families who came in once the border fence was open and the floodgates was opened into Israel. They sort of came over as well, and in some cases they also killed people in Israel. In some cases they took people back, and we don't know whether or not in the last 15 and a bit months whether or not there's been trades done, for example, between various criminal gangs or powerful families who have been trading hostages. We don't know if they were being held by smaller groups without the sort of same network that Hamas have in terms of their tunnels, but in terms of their fighters. Then, you know, those families could have been killed themselves. The hostages could be transferred from one group to another. It's been very, very messy in many ways, and that is why the negotiations to make this deal have been quite complicated. Now, I'm just pausing because where I am at the Schneider Medical Center, which is to the outskirts of Tel Aviv, we are seeing a military helicopter similar to the one, Jane, that we saw on the ground at the Raim military base, and we're seeing it fly close by us. It's just gone behind a couple of buildings. I can't say for sure whether or not it is coming into land here and whether or not it's got Agam Berger on board, but there are a lot of... Oh, it is turning into our direction. I don't know whether you've got live pictures of this, but it is turning into our direction, and there's a lot of police lining the road, medical staff, paramedics, IDF as well, near the helicopter landing zone. And it very much looks like the Israeli military helicopter that has left Raim and is bringing Agam Berger, the first of the hostages to be released this morning, to the Schneider Medical Hospital here near Tel Aviv. There's family members gathered around here, obviously media, and probably, I would say, a couple of hundred people just watching as this helicopter comes in. So it is approaching probably about 300 or 400 feet off the ground now. There probably will come a moment when you can't hear me or I can't hear you as it gets close, because when it comes into land, I'll only be about 30 or 40 meters away from it. You can perhaps hear some people starting to cheer and clap as it slowly makes its descent down towards us.
just joining us, these are images that are coming to us from the Schneider Medical Centre in Tel Aviv. This is the medical centre where hostages that have been extracted from Gaza are being brought to for medical treatment. We've just seen in the last few minutes live this military helicopter landing. We don't know whether or not it does contain Agam Berger, who was the first of the hostages that was released today, female Israeli soldier. She was taken to the Raim military base. This is Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, where people are watching and waiting. We've had some cheers from the crowds there. They are clearly taking this as a sign that hostage has been returned to Tel Aviv. There are some speeches happening now down there in Tel Aviv as well. But in the last few minutes, we've had confirmation from Israeli sources that Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses, who were the other Israeli hostages who we're expecting to see released today, have been handed over to the Red Cross. The fate of the 5 Thai hostages who we saw actually in that footage of Hostage Square just a short time ago. We saw the Thai flag being flown there. They are waiting there for any news that they possibly have. This is back to the Schneider Medical Centre in Tel Aviv. We don't entirely have control of this camera, as you may guess, so it is a little bit chaotic there, but we are just persevering because we really hope that we might get some images of Agam Berger potentially arriving at that military base. I'm not sure if our correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, can still hear us and can come in here. Alistair, it looks like you're across the road from where this helicopter is landing. I mean, how confident are we that Agam Berger is in it? I mean, there just seems to be enormous excitement from those around you.
Yeah, I think it's pretty certain she's on it. They're starting to move some to give her some privacy as she moves off. So they're giving her, sort of creating a corridor of screens in order, and a sort of a tunnel in order that she can come off that and go into the hands of, and her family as well, into the hands of the doctors here, the medical staff here, with some privacy. Although, you know, we are very, very close by, I should say. You know, I'm only 50 metres away from it, and not just me. I mean, there's hundreds of people here as well, of Israelis here to watch and to cheer and to take photos and videos on their phones. That black minibus has pulled up as well, so she'll be able to come out and walk into that minibus, away from cameras if she wants to. But actually, when Emily Damari came out with 2 other hostages, one of her friends was telling me that they were all gathered around here, and there were 3 of these minibuses, and Emily Damari's friends spotted one minibus and got the wrong one, and were all sort of cheering at it. And it was one of the minibuses behind it, and Emily Damari opened the window, wolf whistled and waved and said, "I'm over here, idiots. You're looking at the wrong minibus." And so, you know, everybody will treat it differently, and she will be able to see when she gets on the helicopter. When she came in, she'll have been able to have seen these sites. She'll get off it, and although it's blacked out windows, she'll be able to look out and see the gathered people here. But every hostage will treat the situation differently. It is different for everybody, and that goes for the moment of their release. How much information they want them, the family, or the authorities to put out to the media, how long they stay in the hospital for. I think I can see her just about, from a sort of crack, make out her boarding into that minibus. So she has come from the Rain
We've just lost Alistair there. While we try and establish connections, I think what Alistair was about to say was that she was at the Raim military base. That is a military base not far from the border between Israel and Gaza, where she was taken by the Red Cross after she was released by Hamas to the Red Cross's care. They carried her by a white van to the Raim military base, and it was there that she had initial medical treatment and was also able to meet her parents. And as Alistair was saying, she's being shielded there by these screens that they've brought in very efficiently to allow her to get off this military helicopter with some privacy into this bus, where this minivan, where she will go on for treatment at this medical centre, the Schneider Medical Centre, where we are. But she will have been able to see the crowds and see the gathered media as she flew in. And one would imagine that even over the noise of the helicopter blades, which have now stopped rotating, she would be able to hear the crowd. She would be able to hear the whoops and cheers of friends who've gathered. We can hear them now.
Depois de chegarem à base militar, os 8 reféns foram levados a diferentes hospitais em Israel. Esse helicóptero acabou de pousar, traz a israelense Agam Berger para o hospital deles, no centro do país. Tapumes foram colocados em volta da aeronave para garantir a privacidade dela. Neste momento, o carro leva a sequestrada para dentro do hospital, enquanto familiares, amigos, pessoas que estão acompanhando toda a situação aqui.
So there you can hear clapping, chanting, a little bit of singing as the first Israeli hostage released today, Agam Berger, who is just 20, who was an Israeli soldier, who was handed over by Hamas earlier this morning. This is the scene in Hostage Square. That flag there on the right is the Thai flag. We've just had confirmation now from the IDF, an announcement they have made that according to information communicated by the Red Cross, 7 hostages, including 2 Israelis and 5 foreign nationals, were transferred today and are on their way towards IDF and ISA forces in the Gaza Strip. So this was the second of those 2 hostage handovers today. So this is Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses, who were the 2 Israelis and the 5 Thai nationals. It was chaotic scenes that we were looking at in the last half hour or so of the streets of Khan Yunis, where they were being handed over. They had been held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, but Hamas, who was controlling the handover, the signatory to the deal, was there to allow those to be handed over. We weren't able to see very clearly what was happening. It did look quite scary down there on the ground. A very, very confused picture, but 4 Red Cross vehicles were there. And now it has been confirmed, according to the IDF, that at that point, 2 Israelis and 5 foreign nationals were transferred. Emotional scenes down there in Tel Aviv. As we know now that Agam Berger has safely come back home and is now going to receive medical treatment. Especially emotional for many in Israel, given that she was an Israeli soldier, and because of national service, it is something that affects so many Israeli families, that their teenagers do go through a period of national service. And what happens to one Israeli soldier is often felt very keenly by many others within the Israeli population because of that. So just to remind you, if you're just joining us, we've been bringing you continuing coverage of the release of 3 more Israeli hostages and 5 Thai captives that have been held by Hamas in the Gaza Strip and also by Palestinian Islamic Jihad since the 7th of October. This was all part of a ceasefire deal, the first phase of a ceasefire deal, where Hamas has agreed to release a total of 33 Israeli hostages, including women, children and older adults or sick or wounded men, in exchange for nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. We know that 8 of the hostages to be released in this particular phase are sadly no longer living. But today, very much alive, Agam Berger, who was 20, an Israeli soldier, was handed over. And we now understand, according to IDF sources, that 7 other hostages, Arbel Yehoud, who was 29, a civilian from the Nir Oz kibbutz, and Gadi Moses, who's an 80-year-old man who becomes the first male hostage to be released, have been released safely. And also the 5 Thai nationals have been released safely into the IDF's hands. Now, we know that they are being carried by vehicle across the Gaza Strip. It's just 4 to 5 miles wide at its widest points. So they will be transferred across onto Israeli territory, possibly by the Kerem Shalom crossing, which is towards the south of the Gaza Strip. And the process that happens there is that they are taken over. They are quickly checked over. They are given sort of rudimentary medical care and help and attention. able to meet any family members who are there. This is the Raim military base. Now, this was where Agam Berger, the first hostage, was released to earlier today. We've been watching this helicopter for quite a while. In the last half an hour or so, these tents have been erected in front of the helicopter, which suggests that this is waiting for these hostages to come out of Gaza. It looks like potentially what will happen is that they will come straight here to this military base, and from there they will be then transferred up to Tel Aviv. Now, these are new images that we haven't seen. This is Arbel Yehoud. She looks quite overwhelmed and quite scared, it has to be said. She's 29, she's a civilian. She was taken on October the 7th from her home in Nir Oz, along with her partner, Ariel Cunio, who has not been released. And this was her just an hour or so ago, being taken from captivity. She'd been held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. She does look absolutely terrified, poor soul, and she is being passed over from a combination of Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas to the care of the Red Cross. You can see the Red Cross vehicle at the bottom of the shot there. Really chaotic scenes. We were looking at these pictures from a much wider shot earlier. The fact that this woman has been held in captivity since the October the 7th, 2023, and is now out in this crowd of masked men in the sunlight, possibly for the first time, must have been incredibly overwhelming. You can see a lot of people shouting and screaming in the background. These are shots of a different hostage. This was earlier today. This is Agam Berger, who was the first hostage that was released. These are the first images that we have of her meeting the Israeli Defense Force, tearful there. The first time that possibly she knew she was genuinely safe. And these are the images that we're able to confirm are of Gadi Moses. We thought that this was him. We thought we'd caught a glimpse of him. And this was about 45 minutes ago, I think, from memory. This was him coming through the crowds, also taken from the same kibbutz as Arbel Yehoud in the early hours of the morning of the 7th of October. An 80-year-old man. He was taken along with many members of his family. His ex-wife was also taken hostage, as well as his partner, Efrat Katz. She was killed by Hamas. Her daughter and 2 grandchildren were also taken. They were subsequently released as part of the first hostage deal, but he has been taken. He was taken and has been held ever since. That is Gadi Moses, who is an 80-year-old man, one of the oldest hostages to be released. And he was the first male hostage to be released. And this is where we think those people who've just been released, the footage we saw just there of Arbel Yehoud and Gadi Moses, and also in the last half hour, along with them, 5 Thai nationals. We know a lot less about the Thai nationals. That was a decision of the Thai government and their families, that they didn't want their names and identities to be publicised in the same way that the Israeli authorities have. But negotiations have, of course, been going on behind the scenes apace for them as well. We think there are possibly another 3 Thai nationals still being held inside Gaza. Many, many nationalities were captured during that October the 7th attack, that brutal attack where over 1,000 people died on Israeli soil, but also so many were captured and taken back across the border into Gaza. But this is the Raim military base just over the border of Gaza, on the Israeli side of the border. And this is where we think the Red Cross will be bringing Arbel Yehoud, Gadi Moses, and the 5 Thai nationals who were released in the last hour, and confirmation in the last few minutes from the Israeli authorities that they have all now been released safely. They'll be brought here to the military base where family members may be gathered, where they will receive basic medical treatment, but then flown straight on up to Tel Aviv. And then just a short while ago, about 5 minutes ago or so, we saw footage from Tel Aviv of Agam Berger, we believed, arriving up there. This is Arbel Yehoud. She is the Israeli female citizen who has been released today, hiding her face with a bag amongst these chaotic scenes. Just a short while ago, she was led through the crowd from captivity. And at this point, you can only imagine what was going through her mind. Did she know what was about to happen? Did she fear that the worst was potentially about to happen? Whether or not she was able to spot that dusty vehicle we can see there on the right-hand side. So much of Gaza has been reduced to rubble and dust over the last year and a half. That Red Cross vehicle we can see caked with dusty sand. But that Red Cross vehicle, one that has transported these hostages who have had a very, very uncertain fate over the last 14, 15 months or so, held underground, many of them held in tunnels for much of the time, unable to see daylight, unable to see other hostages. Some were placed with families, we understand. Others were kept with other hostages. Others, of course, did not make it. And we know of the 33 hostages who are going to be released in this first phase of the ceasefire. 8 of them are going to be released dead in this phase, unfortunately. Some of them died in the aftermath of October the 7th. We do not know why others have died since then. So really chaotic scenes coming to us from Gaza this morning, but very good news for the families of these 8 hostages who have been released by Gaza, by Palestinian Islamic Jihad this morning. Just to recoup, these are images of Gadi Moses, the 80-year-old man, the first male hostage to be released out of Gaza. Arbel Yehoud, who is also from the same kibbutz as him in near Oz, also released along with 5 Thai nationals. This is from the Han Yunis city in Gaza, Gaza's second city, where they have been held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And this is where we think they're going to be coming to. This is the Raim military base. And from there, they'll be transported up to Tel Aviv. And all of these images that we've been bringing you this morning here on Sky News being watched by Israelis very, very closely, not least of all by their families, but also by Israelis in Hostage Square who are just ecstatic at their release. But there are, of course, many hostages still to be released as well out of Gaza. Well, let's move on from that story and return to our other main story this morning, an emergency operation which is underway in Washington after a passenger plane and a military helicopter crashed in the US Capitol. 64 people were on board the American Airlines flight and 3 soldiers were travelling on the US Army Black Hawk helicopter when the mid-air collision took place. Officials say they don't know whether there are any survivors, but within the last hour, it's understood a black box flight recorder has been discovered. Well, coming up, we'll have details of those on board and reaction from Donald Trump. But we start with this report from our US correspondent, James Matthews, and a warning that coming up, you will see footage of that moment of the crash, which you may, of course, find distressing.
In the night sky over the US Capitol, a camera caught the collision in mid-air. There was an explosion as a passenger plane collided with a Black Hawk military helicopter. The American Airlines flight from Wichita in Kansas had been on its final approach to Ronald Reagan National. Audio from air traffic control reflects a confusion between the tower and the helicopter.
Did you see that? 472. American 3130, go around, turn left end 250, climb maintain 3000.
The flight tracker of the plane shows it descending from 400 feet to 0. The aircraft were above the Potomac River when they collided. It now is the focus of a frantic search for survivors in freezing conditions.
So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river.
It is a rescue effort that as time passes, takes place more in hope than expectation.
You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure.
American Airlines Flight 5342 left Wichita in Kansas at 5:22 Central U.S. time, bound for Ronald Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C. The helicopter was an Army UH-60 Black Hawk. It had 3 military personnel on board. The rescue effort was visible from the Washington Airport terminal. All flights in and out of here have been grounded as relatives and friends arrive to be briefed on developments by airport officials.
Tell me again, sir, who was on the flight that you know?
My daughter's best friend and her mom.
And who had been travelling to DC, obviously. For what purpose?
She was on a athletic trip. She was on an athletic trip. Yeah.
And based in Kansas, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And what do you think of what you've heard?
I haven't heard much. I got off work and I came straight here to be with my friends. So.
Yeah. Air traffic control had asked the helicopter crew if they could see the plane as it approached. President Donald Trump put that at the heart of the early investigation. He posted on Truth Social, the airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. Not good. The circumstances of this effort on the Potomac River could scarcely be more challenging. Divers and rescuers in inflatables are conducting a search in aircraft wreckage that lies upside down in icy water.
She was taken by Hamas, released this morning from the Jabalia refugee camp in the north of Gaza, and the first time there, she meets her parents. Well, let's return now to that crash in Washington. Let's take a look at what we know of the movements of that aircraft that went down before the collision. Well, the American Eagle flight 5342 took off from Wichita in Kansas. It was travelling to Reagan Washington National Airport when the collision happened, just short of the airport over the Potomac River. Radio communications between Air Traffic Control Tower and the Black Hawk suggest that the helicopter crew
ايضا الحاله الصحيه للمحتجزين الاسرائيليين الموجودين في اسرائيل هي في تصنيف وضع جيد. بالنسبه للتايلانديين غير واضح، العمال التايلانديين غير واضح ما هو حالتهم الصحيه. بطبيعه الحال لا يحظون باهميه كبيره لدى اسرائيل كما المحتجزين الاسرائيليين، ولكن ايضا ممكن ان نضيف ان ايضا تم تاكيد كذلك من القصه الاوليه ان المحتجزه الاسرائيليه المجنده أغام بيرجر التي وصلت في الدفعه الاولى صباح هذا اليوم هي ايضا في وضع صحي جيد والتقت بعائلتها، وهذا ايضا مهم لانه بعد تقريبا اكثر من 80 يوما بعد 400 هذه الحرب الدمويه والقصف الاسرائيلي العنيف الدموي حافظت المقاومه على حياه المحتجزين الاسرائيليين، وهذا بخلاف المشهد للاسرى الفلسطينيين الذين واجهوا العذابات في السجون الاسرائيليه. على اي حال ايضا حازم المشاهد التي وردت من تسليم المحتجزين الاسرائيليين ترفع في حاله غضب كبير ليس فقط على مستوى السياسي في الشارع الاسرائيلي، على سبيل المثال ايضا هنا في غزه الاسرائيليين الذين وضعوا رؤوسهم في الهواتف لحظه بلحظه وتابعوا المشاهد من خان يونس تحديدا منذ صباح هذا اليوم، دفع بهم هذا المشهد الى صدمه كبيره لان هناك من وعدهم بالنصر المطلق. بنيامين نتنياهو والجيش الاسرائيلي قال في اكتوبر الماضي انه دخل الى شمال قطاع غزه ليدمر حركه حماس وايضا ليمنع سقوطها من اعاده التنظم. بالتالي هذا المشهد يدفع بحاله صدمه كبيره في الشارع الاسرائيلي. طبعا اسرائيل لا تريد هذه المشاهد، سبق وايضا وجهت الوسطاء احتجاجا على هذه المشاهد. كذلك ايضا نتنياهو في بيانه في الساعه الاخيره الذي صدر فور ان وردت هذه المشاهد عبر عن غضب كبير، خرج عن طوعه بنيامين نتنياهو وقال انه يطالب الوسطاء بعدم تكرار هذه المشاهد. يقول بنيامين نتنياهو لانها تشكل خطر على المحتجزين وفق قوله، ولكن هي بالاساس تدفع بمشاهد صدمه وتحرج جدا امام الشارع الاسرائيلي. حازم اجراء البروتوكولي ليس بالضروره ان ان الاسرى المحتجزين الاسرائيليين يعانون من اي اذى او قد واجهوا اذى في الاسر. هو اجراء بروتوكولي طبيعي تجرى فحوصات شامله هنا في رعيم في مستوطنه في منطقه غلاف غزه حازم، تجرى الفحوصات الاوليه في المشاكل الاسرائيليه حيث القانون طبعا تجرى الفحوصات الشامله. تبقى مهمه الشباك الاسرائيلي وكذلك الاجهزه الاسرائيليه تحضر على المحتجزات الاسرائيليات التي يخرج عنهم في الدفعات الاولى، وكذلك ايضا هذه الدفعه وكذلك الدفعات التي سيتم اطلاق السراح لاحقا عن اجراء مقابلات مع الاعلام الاسرائيلي، وذلك كون ايضا عدم تكرار الخطا كما تعتبر اسرائيل من الصفقه الاولى، بحيث كان يظهر المحتجزون الاسرائيليون ويقولون في الاعلام الاسرائيلي انه تم العنايه بهم في الاسر لان كان تلقوا معامله حسنه من حركه حماس. بالتالي اسرائيل لا تريد هذه الروايه، هي حاولت ودأب على ذلك ايضا بنيامين نتنياهو طوال فتره هذه الحرب، وايضا في بيانه الذي صدر في الساعه الاخيره الذي قال بان حركه حماس تقوم بايذاء المحتجزين الاسرائيليين. يحاول اي بنيامين نتنياهو شيطنه حركه حماس. على اي حال المحتجزين الاسرائيليين وكذلك المحتجزات من الدفعات الاولى كان واضح جدا انهم يتمتعن بصحه جيده متسمه، وبالتالي ايضا نتعرف في عمليه يمشون على ارجلهن، وبالتالي يتمتعن بصحه جيده. هذه الاجراءات الطبيه هي فقط في اطار اجراء البروتوكول الاعتيادي بات مثل نشر هذا الاجراء الذي كل اسبوع عند اطلاق دفعه كل دفعه او سراح محتجزين اسرائيليين.
במפגש מרגש ואין כמותו, המשפחות כבר נמצאות כאן ומחכות לרגע הזה, כאמור בעוד כ10 דקות בערך הם יגיעו לכאן למחנה רעים. צריך להבין, בעוד מועד כבר הוכנו כאן המתחמים המיוחדים להעניק להם נחיתה רכה, בסוף הם חוזרים בשביל חמאס לא מעט זמן, והם צריכים גם את הטיפולים הראשונים, את הבדיקות הראשוניות, את האבחונים הראשונים ובעיקר את התמיכה, החום, האהבה והחיבוק שהם כל כך חיכו וציפו להם. אנחנו כמובן מחכים כאן לשיירה שתגיע לכאן ונעביר לכם את התיעודי המרגשי ברגע שתגיעו. אמין, בוא נלך לשם.
غفير رغم أنفق فغايته نصر وتمكين رغم أنفك يا تمار بن غفير رغم أنفك فغايته
777. לא שומע אותך? שומע אותי? דבר אליי. אני שומע, שנייה. למה זה לא עובד? עכשיו אני שומע. שומע מצוין, עכשיו אני שומע מצוין. שומע. עומר. בשעה זו מתקבלים את כל נמצאים. אוקיי. אלה עוד רגע.
אם הוא ישוחרר מחר זה יהיה חלק מהפעימה הזו, כלומר שבשבת ישוחררו 2.
עד מתי הוא בתקופה אמור להישאר בארץ?
לא ברור כל כך, היה אמור עד חמישי.
עד חמישי הבא?
לא, עד חמישי הזה, חמישי הבא בוושינגטון אחרי שנתניהו
אמור לטוס ביום ראשון. נתניהו, זה ודאי שהוא נוסע ביום שהוא טס ביום ראשון ונשאר בשלב הראשון מה שאנחנו מבינים עד יום חמישי, אולי יש כוונה למשוך את זה עד למוצאי שבת הבא.
מוצאי שבת, כן. כן, זה כרגע התכנון של לשכת ראש הממשלה, המראה ביום ראשון וחזרה לישראל או בחמישי או במוצאי שבת, שנזכיר בשבת אמורה פעימה נוספת.
בדיוק.
עם עוד שחרור,
אבל עוד פעימה נוספת ביום שני בעצם אמור להתגבש ולהפוך ממשהו תיאורטי למשהו יותר מעשי, זה התגבשות כל מה שנוגע לשלב השני של העסקה.
נכון.
זה יקרה כשנתניהו יהיה בכלל בארצות הברית?
כן, כי נתניהו על פניו הוא לא הנושא והנותן, וגם לא איש מבין האנשים שאמורים להיות באותה משלחת, גם לא רון דרמר, גם לא אחרים. אני מאמינה שמה שיקרה שבוע הבא, זה שראש המוסד יפגוש פנים אל פנים את ראש ממשלת קטאר. האם זה יהיה בדוחה, כמו שחלק מאנשי צוות המשא ומתן רצו, אני לא יודעת, עוד אין לנו תשובה על זה. גם יכול להיות שזה לא יהיה ממש בשני, כי האמת היא שראש ממשלת קטאר וראש המוסד מדברים בטלפון לדעתי בתדירות יומית, אם לא מעבר לכך. גם בכל מה שקשור להעברת השמות, כך זה קורה.
יכול להיות שזה מכוון על ידי האמריקנים, שכן, שראש ממשלת ישראל יהיה בוושינגטון, בביקור מאוד מפנק, אחרי אחד עם זאת מאוד נחוש מצד האמריקנים, שהתרחשו בו דברים, שהתקבלו בו החלטות, שאי אפשר ללחוץ עליו ולקבל אותם בשלט רחוק.
אז אני אגיד כך, היומן לא משקר. וזה לא נעלם מאיש שזה מתכתב באותם תאריכים. כשאני דיברתי עם בכירים ישראלים הם אמרו שזה לא בגלל זה. ואיך נאמר, לפעמים דברים קורים בדרך התזמון או דבר מופלא.
צירוף מקרים.
כן, וזה כן חשוב, כי בטח אחרי שאנחנו שומעים את וויטקוף אומר למצלמות, אני מצפה שכולם יצאו, אנחנו רוצים שהפסקת האש הזה תימשך, כמו שאומר לסולימאן מסוודה כתבנו. כולם מדברים בעד עצמם.
חד משמעית, הוא גם לא רק אומר את זה למצלמות, הדבר הראשון שהוא עשה היום זה נפגש עם ראשי הקואליציה הישראלית. זאת אומרת, זה ממש להכניס רגל אמריקאית בתוך הממשלה הישראלית.
להפיל את הממשלה אם הדבר הזה יקרה, בעצם.
כן, לבדוק מה הוא רוצה בדיוק, כי אף אחד לא ממהר כמו שזה נראה ממש להפיל את הממשלה. אז אפשר לשכנע בדברים אחרים, מעניין איך זה יתקדם. אנחנו מקבלים עוד תיעודים שמגיעים בדקות האחרונות, מיד נראה אותם וגם נשוב, אנחנו מקבלים תמונה מהחדר שהוכן ומוכן, וכתוב לי שם בכניסה, אפשר לראות ברוך הבא גדי מוזס, זה החדר שהוכן לו בבית החולים איכילוב בתל אביב, החדר מוכן לבוא ולנשום בו אוויר ולנוח ולהתארגן ורגע להירגע. בואו נשוב לאסף פוזלוב, כתבנו שנמצא בסמוך למחנה רעים. אנחנו אליך, אסף.
כן, אז השיירה הזאת עברה לא מזמן לידינו. הפעם הזאת היא עברה בצורה איטית במיוחד, כדי שכל החברים והמכרים ובני המשפחה שעמדו כאן מחוץ למחנה רעים יוכלו לנופף ולהריע, ושבעת החטופים בשיירה הזאת תוכלו לראות אותם, לראות את הדגלים, לשמוע את קולות השמחה, וכך אכן היה. אנחנו ממתינים שבמסוקים שמאחוריי, שני מסוקי היסעור, אליהם יועברו כנראה שעה וחצי הקרובות כל שבעת החטופים, 2 בני ניר עוז ו5 התאילנדים, ויוצאו לבתי החולים במרכז הארץ. מקווים שמצבם של כולם אכן טוב. ונמצאת איתי ליאורה סלע דוד, שלום לך.
שלום, שלום.
ראש מטה החטופים באשכול.
מטה החטופים באשכול, יש לנו מטה נרחב עם הרבה פעילים ומתנדבים, ואנחנו היום, ביום ראשון זה הרבה מאוד זמן שאנחנו באמת, כמובן ששמחנו על כל חטוף וחטופה ששבו, אבל היום חזרו לנו גדי וארבל, והלב טיפה מתמלא.
הייתה פה שמחה אדירה כשהם הגיעו.
הייתה פה ממש שמחה. לראות אותם קודם כל אחרי כל צילומי זוועות של היציאה שלהם, אז קודם כל לדעת שהם פה והם בבית, ולראות את השיירה עוברת ולדעת שהם בתוך השיירה הזאת, ואני מקווה שהם ראו אותנו ושמעו את השמחה.
הפעם הם נסעו בכוונה מאוד מאוד לאט, וגם התירו לכם להיות כאן ממש על הכביש.
נכון, הם נסעו יותר לאט ונתנו לנו להתקרב אליהם יותר, ואני מקווה שגם גדי וגם ארבל ראו את הטרקטורים ואת כל הדגלים והשלטים שחיכו להם באהבה ובשמחה מכל תושבי אשכול.
יש כאן בעצם מעבר לטווח המצלמה טרקטורים שהביאו החברים של גדי, שהיה אגרונום וחקלאי עם דגלי ישראל, ממש לכבודו.
עם שלטים של כמה טוב שבאת הביתה וכמה טוב שבאת הביתה, ומאוד מאוד חשוב לי להגיד ברגעי השמחה האלה, אנחנו לא נשקוט עד שכל החטופים יהיו בבית. הלב שלנו לא יהיה שלם, אנחנו לא נוכל להשתקם, לא נוכל להירפא, לא נוכל להתחיל בכלל את תהליך האבל והשיקום והריפוי עד שכל החטופים בבית.
כן, וקיבלנו אולי הצצה קטנטנה ומפלצתית למה שעובר על החטופים בטקס השחרור הזה ששוב חזר על עצמו בצורה מחרידה, ואתם כולכם עמדתם כאן עם טלפונים, צופים בתמונות, מחכים שהם יגיעו, יעברו סוף סוף את הגבול. מה עבר לכם בראש? אתם רואים את זה, את האנשים שאתם מכירים כל כך מקרוב.
קודם כל פחד ביחד איתם, זה היה מראה מאוד מאוד מפחיד ומזוויע, מפלצתי, באמת, אני לא יודעת, אני באופן אישי רק שלחתי כמה שיותר אהבה וחיבוקים שיעברו את השלב הזה כמה שיותר מהר, ואם זה מה שקורה בשחרור שלהם, אז אני לא רוצה לחשוב על החטופים שנשארו שם ועל החוויה של כל החטופים והחטופות שכבר מעל 480 יום בשבי.
כמה חטופים אצלכם באשכול בשבי?
עכשיו נותרו לנו 40 חטופים ממועצה אזורית אשכול.
ליאורה, תודה רבה. מחזיר את השידור לך.
תודה רבה. אני חושבת שזה מדהים, אולי ככה בסוגריים לדבר על זה שבמהלך כל הבוקר הזה, כל היום הדרמטי, גם היום הדרמטי והמורט העצבים הזה, ועדת חוץ וביטחון של כנסת ישראל, דנה שוב בסעיפים ולחדד ולקדם את חוק ההשתמטות. זה מה שקורה במקביל, שיושב ראש ש"ס אריה דרעי נפגש עם השליח האמריקני בניסיון לתחזק את הקואליציה, ורק לפני דקה איים בפירוק הממשלה אם חוק ההשתמטות לא יקודם בתוך חודשיים. רועי ינובסקי, אני חוזרת אליך
סליחה, אנחנו צריכים באמת לעשות הכל כדי להשיב אותם. מתנהלים כבר מגעים בשלושה צירים לפחות, גם ארצות הברית, קטר ומצרים, ויש מדינות נוספות שמעורבות שיכולות להשפיע כמו טורקיה, וכל הזמן הדרג הביצועי, ראש המוסד וראש השב"כ, יחד עם ניצן אלון והצוותים, מעבר לפעילות המודיעינית הענפה שעושים כל הזמן, מנהלים כבר את המגעים, ואני מקווה מאוד שבשבוע הבא אנחנו נראה כבר את השיח, ונראה צוותים שירדו לקטר וירדו למצרים, וממשיכים לדבר על ההסכם השני.
תודה רבה, רון מיכל. רק אנחנו מילה אחת על מה שקורה עכשיו בבלינסון, לפחות ממה שאני שומעת על המשפחות, שוב אולי נוכל לקבל תמונות, ואם לא, אז באמת התרגשות מאוד מאוד גדולה לאיחוד הזה של 4 תצפיתניות עם אגם. צריך לומר, אגם היא החיילת, האישה האחרונה שחזרה היום מהשבי. עדיין מוחזקים שם גם חיילים גברים שלא צפויים להיות בפעימה הזו, והמאבק של המשפחות שלהם, כאמור, שהפעימות האלה ימשיכו גם לשלב הבא של חובקת הילדים שלנו.
זה לא רק של המשפחות, אנחנו כולנו מחויבים להם.
לחלוטין.
כולנו מחויבים להם, זה החיים שלנו.
לעדכן?
כן, שצריך לשים לב באמת שהמשא ומתן לשלב השני הוא התחיל כבר, למרות שבאופן רשמי הוא אמור להתחיל ביום שני הבא על פי ההסכם. אין ספק שהעובדה שזה קורה כשראש הממשלה צפוי להיות בוושינגטון בבית הלבן ביום שלישי עם הנשיא טראמפ והשליח וויטקוף יושב עכשיו בישראל. אין ספק שהאירוע הזה הוא אירוע הרבה יותר גדול ממשא ומתן טקטי על מספרי מחבלים שישוחררו בתמורה לכל חייל, או בעצם אם צריכים להאריך את הפסקת האש. יש כאן מהלך הרבה יותר משמעותי, ואני חושבת שהדברים של וויטקוף שהוא אומר שוב ושוב, אנחנו מחויבים להחזרת כל החטופים עד האחרון שבהם. זה דבר אחד. ועוד מילה אחת ברשותך על העובדים הזרים. אנחנו יודעים שהיה כאן מאמץ מאוד גדול להביא לשחרור שלהם, הם שוחררו בלי תמורה, והיה לחץ כבד גם על ממשלת תאילנד לאורך החודשים האחרונים בעצם לבוא ולקרוא לעובדים לא לבוא לעבוד בישראל בגלל שזה מסוכן. זה סוכן, ממשלת תאילנד לא עשתה את זה, וישראל בשלב די מוקדם, מנהלת החטופים גל הירש בעניין הזה היה דומיננטי מאוד, פעל שהמשפחות התאילנדיות יקבלו את כל הזכויות כמו המשפחות של בני המשפחות של החטופים האחרים, גם עכשיו וגם במעטפת הליווי אחר כך.
כן, תודה רבה, דנה, ונראה לכם הזכרת את וויטקוף, בואו נראה את המפגש שלו עם כמה ממשפחות החטופים, ואז אנחנו נדבר עם יזהר ליפשיץ.
My mother's 92. Wow. She looks just like you. Yeah. So happy you're home. So happy you're home. This is from my father, Mr. Sheriff. His name is Netflix. I put her on to everybody. Thank you very much.
הקקטוס של עודד ליפשיץ, הבן של עודד, יזהר ליפשיץ, תודה שאתה מדבר איתנו.
כן, תודה.
קצת לשמוע ממך את מה שאתה שמעת מהשליח האמריקני, כי נראה לפי הפגישות שלו והנוכחות שלו פה שהוא מאוד מחויב.
כן, האמת שנראה שיש לנו בן אדם שהוא אנושי, הוא נכנס אלינו בתוך בית אריאלה, יש איזה חדר של החטופים, הוא נכנס והוא לחץ ידיים והוא דיבר והוא שמע והשמיע, והיה נראה שהוא ממש, יש בו גם את הצד החם והאמפתי הזה שהוא הגיע, ובנוסף, אתה יודע, זה היום השם הכי חם בשוק, השליח הישיר של טראמפ, שעל פיו יישר כעולם והמזרח התיכון בפרט. אז אני חושב שאני, כן, בהחלט היה מלבב לראות אותו נכנס ככה ומתחבר לאנשים, וזה משהו מאוד מאוד
שלך, כפי שראינו. אני כן רוצה לשאול אותך, תראה, גדי מוזס בן 80, כמעט 81, חוזר. זה ממלא אותך בתקווה לגבי אבא שלך?
זה קודם כל ממלא אותי תקווה. אני בן לקיבוץ ניר עוז, ושניים מהחטופים חזרו בחיים, שזה ארבל וגדי, ובהחלט העובדה שגדי בן 80 זה ממלא תקווה, אבל אני רווי ניסיון מאז 7/10, ואני מזכיר שבני הגיל שלו נרצחו גם בתוך המנהרות, שזה אלכס וחיים פרי ואברהם מונדר ומצגר ואמירם קופר, ואנחנו רבויי מה שנקרא מקרים קשים, ושפתאום בן אדם בן 80 יוצא וחוזר חי, זה מדהים. ביחד עם זה יש את הכאב, נצטרך לבוא ולהבין שאפרת נהרגה, ולהבין את מצב הקיבוץ, ולהבין מה קורה פה, ומה מצב הקהילה שלו, ושנשארו עוד הרבה בפנים, ומה קרה במדינה, ועם כל זה הוא... כן, ועם כל זה הוא הולך לפגוש את המשפחה המדהימה שלו, ולהגיד שלום לחברי קיבוץ רבים שנשארו בחיים ויעטפו אותו, ואני מאחל לו ולמשפחה את הטוב ביותר.
כן, גם אנחנו יזהר ליפשיץ, הבן של יוכבד ועודד. תודה רבה שדיברת איתנו.
תודה לכם, אבל את יודעת, זה יום של כאב.
כן.
תמיד אני מעדד את זה, לכולם כואב היום. גם למשפחות שהמחבלים שרצחו את יקיריהם משוחררים,
ולמשפחות של החיילים שנהרגו ואולי ברמה מסוימת ציפו לסוף אחר. אבל אני חושב שלראות חטופים משוחררים, אז כולם חלק מהסיפור הזה וכולם בעצם הביאו אותנו לרגע הזה, וצוותי המשא ומתן וכל מי שסבל כאב מאז השביעי לעשירי בעצם חלק מהיום השמח הזה. אבל אני מזכיר, זה יום ראשון מתוך הרבה ימים שצפויים לנו, והעסקה עוד ארוכה והפעימה השנייה, ויהיו גם ימים קשים ותוצאות קשות, ואנחנו נהיה בתוך הרכבת הרים הזאת כולם ביחד, והיום אפשר לשמוח ולבכות קצת.
כן, ללא ספק. אתה מיטיב לתאר תמיד, שמעתי אותך לפני שהתחילה העסקה הזו, אולי אמרת, אנחנו בדרך לריאליטי סדיסטי ואכזרי, זה נכון, לא ידענו עד כמה, ובכל זאת יש נקודות אור ויש רגעים של הקלה ושל שמחה. יזהר ליפשיץ, תודה רבה שדיברת איתנו.
רק להגיד שהשחרור של ארבל וגדי זה לא נקודת אור.
זה אור גדול.
זה כישלון שלנו, איך שזה בוצע, הם היו בסכנת חיים. וצריך לחשוב על זה טוב טוב ולהבין איך לעשות. יש לנו עוד הרבה ימים ושמרות כאלה לא יחזרו
בזה אתה לא טועה, אור גדול בזה שהם יחזרו למשפחה שלהם. הדרך הייתה איומה ונוראה. תודה רבה. ונצרף אותך ירון אברהם עם עדכונים שלך.
כן, דובר ראש הממשלה מוציא הודעה שמאשרת לנו את מה שאנחנו רואים בדקות האחרונות. ראש הממשלה נתניהו ושר הביטחון ישראל כץ מנחים לעכב את שחרור המחבלים המיועדים להשתחרר. היום צריך להבין, כבר היו על האוטובוסים שהיו אמורים לעזוב את כלא עופר, ובעצם ניתנה הנחיה פשוט לעצור את ההגעה שלהם, את הנסיעה שלהם, עד, כך אומר דובר ראש הממשלה, שתובטח יציאה בטוחה של חטופינו בפעימות הבאות. צריך להבין, ישראל פה בעצם מכדרר את הכדור לראש ממשלת קטר. אין דרך אחרת להסתכל על זה. ומבחינת ישראל, הערב המשמעותי, עם מנופי הלחץ על חמאס, חמאס חול וכך על חמאס פנים, ובעצם ישראל אומרת לקטר, make it work, תגרמו לדבר הזה לעבוד בצורה הרבה יותר טובה בפעם הבאה. ישראל דורשת ערבויות, אני לא יודע מה היא יכולה להשיג, איזה סוג של ערבויות, כי בסוף יש גם את ההתנהלות בשטח, שהיום ראינו שהייתה מאוד כאוטית, בטח במעורבות של הג'יהאד האסלאמי, אבל ישראל סבורה שיכולה להשיג משהו, ולכן היא יוצאת למהלך הזה. אני לא רואה סיטואציה שבה המחבלים שאמורים להשתחרר מתעכבים יום או יומיים, כי זה באמת יכול להעמיד בסכנה את העסקה, ולכן הערכה היא כרגע שבתוך שעות ישראל תצטרך בכל זאת לקבל משהו מהמתווכות, שייתן לה יותר ביטחון לקראת הפעימה הבאה, לביטחון של החטופים שלנו שמשתחררים.
בינתיים, ירון, תודה רבה. בינתיים אנחנו עם השמחה של החטופים ששבים הביתה היום, ושל בני המשפחות שלהם. אנחנו רוצים לדבר עם אשלי וקסמן בקשי, בת דודתה של אגם ברגר. חיכינו לראות את החיוך שלך, אשלי, אז הנה הוא. ספרי לנו קצת על התחושות שלך.
כן, אז החיוך באמת שלא יורד, ואני נמצאת בחול, והתרופות שהיו כאן בחדר במלון ב3 לפנות בוקר, אני בטוחה שהערתי את כל המלון. אין מרגש כזה, זה רגע שבאמת חיכינו ונלחמנו כל כך הרבה זמן לראות, ולראות את אגם גיבורה עומדת שם, בחורה צעירה לבד על הבמה הזויה הזאת של החמאס. וכמה כוח, איזה גיבורת על, באמת, אין לי מילים.
ואת רואה את התמונה הזו גם של חברותיה התצפיתניות שמחכות כל כך לראות אותה, מחכות עוד בבית החולים, לא רוצות לחזור הביתה כדי לקבל את פניה.
הן מדהימות, ובאמת לאורך ה-15 חודשים האלה הפכנו למשפחה אחת, כל המשפחות של התצפיתניות, אז אני מכירה שם באמת את כולם, ואני מרגישה שאני מכירה את הבנות, למרות שמעולם לא פגשתי אותם, ואני מחכה כבר באמת לחזור לארץ, לראות את אגם, ואני מקווה שהבנות עוד יחכו לי שם, שאני אוכל לחבק את כולם, לא רק את אגם, את כולם. ואיזה מדהימות, וזה שאנחנו ראינו אותן יושבות ומציירות ומקשטות את החדר, זה רק מזכיר לנו כמה שהן ילדות. העולם מנסה להפוך אותם לחיילות, למשהו כזה גדול ומפחיד וצהל, אבל בסוף הן ילדות, וכמו שהן הילדות של שלומי ושל מירב ושל אורי ושל שירה ושל אירה, הן הבנות של כולנו. וזה באמת נורא מרגש לראות את זה. אבל כמובן אני מצטרפת גם למשפחת ליפשיץ זה הזמן שלנו עם כל השמחה. לא לשכוח שהמאבק שלנו לא נגמר, וכנראה שהוא גם הולך להיות אפילו יותר קשה עכשיו. אנחנו חייבים קודם כל באמת להודות. אני נמצאת כאן באמריקה, אני הולכת להוציא סרטון שאני מודה לטראמפ ולוויטקוף על כל מה שהם עושים עבורנו, אבל שאסור לתת להם להפסיק. וכרגע היום, רק להיום אני מרשה לעצמי באמת להיות כל כך מאושרת, אבל ממחר חוזרים למאבק.
אשלי, תודה רבה שדיברת איתנו, והפעם מחויכת ושמחה וגם חזרה הביתה. תודה רבה. יש עוד דרך, כמו שאת אומרת. ירון, עוד עדכונים שלך?
לא, תראי, אני מבין שמאחורי הקלעים ממש מתנהל שיח על גבול הלא נעים בין ישראל לבין המתווכות. צריך להבין, ישראל ממש...
אחרי מה שראינו היום בעזה.
כן, ישראל ממש חשבה שהפעם הזאת תיראה אחרת, כי התרעומת כבר עברה פעם אחת, וזה לא שינה את ההתנהלות בשטח, וזה מה שמנסים להוציא עכשיו. שוב אני אומר, אני לא בטוח שצריך לשים על הדבר הזה הרבה תקוות, כי בסוף שוב יש את ההתנהלות בדרג השטח. לא בטוח שראש ממשלת קטר יכול להשפיע גם על הדבר הזה, אבל בישראל מצפים לקבל איזושהי ערבות מקטר ומהמתווכות, ממצרים, שזה לא חוזר על עצמו.
אין
ספק שבשלב הזה, סליחה, דומיננטים יותר זה מצרים, המצרים, המודיעין הכללי המצרי יודע לדבר עם חמאס, הוא יודע ללחוץ עליהם, הם אלו שהולכים גם להיות במעבר רפיח, הם אלו שהולכים לשלוט על כל הסחורות שנכנסות, על הבידוק הישראלי בהמשך, ולכן בסיפור הזה מצרים יש לה הרבה מה לומר, וכמובן קטר, ומי שמנצח על הלחץ הזה זה אמריקאים.
כן, אנחנו
יודעים כמה יש אצל הג'יהאד האסלאמי עוד?
מה, חטופים?
כן.
יודעים, ישראל יודעת, ברור.
אני חושב שזה קשור גם לזה, הבלגן האדיר הזה והסכנת חיים הזאת, זה קשור גם לג'יהאד האסלאמי.
לעובדה שזה הג'יהאד ולא חמאס.
צריך לזכור שהג'יהאד האסלאמי הוא תחת מרותם של חמאס, חמאס שולט ברצועת עזה באופן מוחלט, גם אם ישראל לא אוהבת את זה.
כן, אנחנו מחכים לתמונות שעוד לא ראינו, אבל אנחנו מאוד מקווים שנראה בקרוב, של ארבל ושל גדי בחיק בני המשפחה שלהם, אחרי לא רק 482 ימים בשבי, אלא גם הדרך שבה הם חזרו היום הביתה בתוך ההמון החמוש הזה, אינדיקציה למה הם עברו במהלך כל הימים האלה בשבי. אבל החשוב הוא, הם בישראל והגם בישראל, ואלה הדברים החשובים והטובים שקרו היום. אנחנו מעבירים עכשיו את השידור אליכם. עופר, עמליה.
תודה רבה. אני תיקח את זה מכאן.
תן מיד כל העדכונים, גם המפגשים המרגשים של מי ששבו הביתה עם המשפחות והחברים. הפסקה קצרה וממשיכים.
אנחנו מדברים עם התושבות והתושבים של הקיבוץ, אומרים, החשש הוא שזה לא יימשך מכאן הלאה. אני חושבת שזה חשש משותף לכולם, וצריך לזכור, עד שכולם חוזרים הביתה, זה לא ניצחון.
כן. ואנחנו נמצאים כאן, מלווים את המשדרים לאורך היום, מכאן, מהמקום שהכי קרוב לקהילת ניר עוז. מה היה בחזרה אלייך?
כן, שלא תחשבו שאתם הולכים לאנשהו, כן? אנחנו עוד לא התחלנו אפילו. אל דאגה. שמחה בקיבוץ ניר עוז עדיין לא שלמה, עוד מחכים שם. תודה רבה לכם, תמר ואיציק. שלום לכם, אחר הצהריים טובים, 3 עכשיו. אנחנו ממשיכים כאן עם כל העדכונים ביום שבו 3 חטופים ישראלים חזרו הביתה. ארבל יהוד וגדי מוזס הגיעו לשטח ישראל, הם פוגשים בשעה זו את בני משפחתם. בישראל דורשים תשובות על הרגעים הקשים האלה, שבהם גדי, ארבל, 5 חטופים תאילנדים הועברו לידי הצלב האדום בתוך כאוס גדול, כאשר ההמון העזתי מעכב את המעבר. מוקדם יותר היום זו הייתה אגם ברגר שעברה מצפון רצועת עזה לבדה כשהיא מוקפת במחבלים. אגם, התצפיתנית האחרונה שנותרה בעזה, כבר חזרה הביתה, התאחדה ופגשה את ההורים מירב ושלומי שחיכו לה כל כך. ומי שמחכות גם הן לאגם, הן החברות התצפיתניות, 4 חברותיה לשבי שהופרדו ממנה לפני שבוע וכבר הכינו את החדר בבית החולים שאליו היא שבה, אליו היא הגיעה בדקות האחרונות. אנחנו נהיה כאן עם כל העדכונים עד השעה 6, ותחילה ישראל כעת מעכבת את שחרור האסירים הפלסטינים בתגובה על התמונות הקשות כל כך שראינו היום מח'אן יונס. גילי כהן, במשרד ראש הממשלה אומרים זה עיכוב מכוון עד שנבין איך המראות האלה לא חוזרים על עצמם.
יותר מזה, עד שהמתווכות יבטיחו לנו שהפעמים הבאות, השחרורים הבאים, ייראו אחרת. וזה אמירה מורכבת, כי על פניו המתווכות כבר הבטיחו את זה. כלומר, בשיח שהיה בין ישראל לבין קטר, מצרים, ארצות הברית והצלב האדום, אל מול חמאס, הובטח לישראל שדברים יראו אחרת. ולכן אני חושבת שמגיע הצעד הזה שהוא יותר, איך נאמר, מרגישים אותו. וכבר מביא לאיזושהי תגובה מצד חמאס, שאומר שהם יפנו למתווכות להבין ולברר את סוגיית עיכוב ושחרור המחבלים האסירים הפלסטינים מבחינתם. ישראל בסוף מחליטה פה בצעד שהיא כבר נקטה אותו במשא ומתן הזה הנוכחי וגם בימי השחרור האלה אל תוך ההסכם עצמו להפסקת אש ולשחרור חטופים, להבהיר שהיא לא מתכוונת לוותר. ראינו את זה עם סוגיית ציר נצרים, והנה גם היום בעניין הזה. אישית אני מאמינה שזה ישוחרר בעוד כמה שעות, גם כי בסופו של דבר יש עוד שחרור בפתח של חטופים ישראלים.
ביום שבת הקרוב.
בשבת הקרובה, וגם זה משהו שישראל יודעת שהיא מעוניינת שיקרה.
כן, אבל רועי, אנחנו רואים את הצעד הזה, באמת איזשהו צעד הצהרתי כזה של ישראל, כי המראות שראינו כאן הם מה? ישראל לא הייתה מוכנה לזה שזה מה שיקרה, זאת אומרת, לא היו ערוכים לזה, דיברנו כאן שבועות על זה שחמאס הולך לעשות כאן הצגה ולנסות להציג תמונות ניצחון כאלה.
יש הבדל בין ההצגה שראינו בג'באליה, או בפעימה הקודמת, לבין התמונות שראינו בח'אן יונס, שהיו תמונות של איבוד שליטה כמעט, והמון של פלסטינים, צמאי דם, ככה זה נראה כמו ניסיון לינץ' של חסרי אונים שם, גם גדי מוזס וגם
אנחנו רואים עכשיו את התיעוד של גדי מוזס שמוחזק ומוקף בידי מחבלים, כשלוקחים אותו לנקודת החבירה הזאת עם הצלב האדום, אבל תמונות קשות מאוד.
ולכן זאת הנקודה שישראל עכשיו אומרת, הבטחתם נכון, זה הבטחה במתווה, עכשיו תבטיחו גם לקיים, כי זה לא עובד, זה לא ראוי שזה יימשך ככה. וזה בניגוד לסיכום, וראינו שכשחמאס רוצה, הוא יכול לעשות את זה מסודר. בסדר, הם עושים את הטקס הזה, טקס מגוחך בעיניי, טקס שרואים את התצפיתנית, היום ראינו את אגם ברגר עומדת שם, אבל עומדת על הרגליים, זקופה, בסדר, חותמת על הקשקוש הזה של חמאס, אבל
ממשיכה הלאה.
זה בסדר, זה חלק מהטקס, זה באמת, מהצד בעיניים שלנו, הכל טוב, והיא נראית במצב טוב, והם נראים חבורה באמת מביכה. שאיבדה כמעט את כל מה שיש לה, הכל מסביב הרוס. הם רוצים את הטקס הזה שיקרה, אבל מה שראינו בח'אן יונס זה אירוע אחר, זה אירוע של סכנת חיים, זה אירוע שנגרר שעה יותר ממה שהוא היה צריך להימשך, שלא ידענו מה האלה בגורלם כשהם מוקפים שם במאות פלסטינים, אף אחד לא יודע אם הרכב של הצלב האדום יצליח להגיע לנקודת החבירה עם הרכב של החמאס, עם החטוף והחטופה, ולכן ישראל פה עומדת ואומרת, זה לא עובר. ולכן אנחנו מעכבים כרגע את שחרור המחבלים. מאמין שזה ייפטר, אבל כשהם יבינו בצד השני, כשהמתווכות יפעילו את הלחץ ויגידו שזה לא צריך, חייב להתנהל אחרת בפעימה הבאה שתתקיים עוד יומיים.
ולמזלנו לפחות זה קורה, העיכוב הזה עכשיו בשחרור המחבלים קורה רק אחרי שגדי וארבל וחמשת האזרחים התאילנדים הגיעו לשטח ישראל, הם כבר נמצאים בדרך לטיפול, ונופר זה מצטרף לכך שאגם ברגר בעצם מאושפזת, כבר נמצאת בבית החולים ביילינסון.
כן, אז נגיד שהיא, אני מקווה, כבר פגשה את 4 חברותיה בבית החולים ביילינסון, ראינו את המסוק נוחת, ראינו את האזרחים שבאו לקבל את פניה, גם איזשהו סטורי שהעלתה אמילי דמרי למסור לה דרישת שלום. נגיד שהתצפיתניות ביקשו להישאר בבית החולים בגלל שהם רצו לפגוש את אגם. היה להם מאוד חשוב להתאחד איתה, הם הכינו את השלטים האלה, ואולי כשרואים את השלטים האלה, שלטים שבאמת מזכירים פעולות בתנועות נוער, זה מזכיר לנו כמה צעירות. גם אגם ברגר הגיעה כמה ימים לפני שנחטפה לבסיס נחל עוז, גם היא לא הספיקה אפילו לדעתי לעשות את המשמרת הראשונה שלה שם בחמ"ל. בחורות צעירות ששרדו 15 חודשים בשבי, וראינו את אגם יושבת על הברכיים של אמא שלה ולא מצליחה לעצור את הדמעות, יושבת שם ופשוט ממררת בבכי, וגם את אבא שלה שלומי ברגר רץ אל עבר ביתו בוכה, ואמא שלה אומרת לה שהיא לא תעזוב אותה יותר לעולם. אין מילים, באמת אין מילים.
כן, התמונות האלה מדברות בעד עצמן, אני חושבת. נפר, את נשארת איתנו, קטי, מיד נהיה איתך גם אינדיקציות חיוביות נוספות על מצבם של ארבל וגדי, אבל עוד קודם, כיכר החטופים, אנחנו אליך, רועי קייס, כי בינתיים גם בחמאס מתייחסים לעיכוב הזה של האסירים, כמו שאמרנו, דורשים הבהרות מהמתווכות, מנסים לקדם קצת עניינים.
נכון מאיה, אז גורם בחמאס אומר לסוכנות הידיעות רויטרס, אנחנו דורשים מהמתווכות להתערב כדי להביא לפתרון הסאגה או המשבר בעניין עיכוב שחרור המחבלים הפלסטינים. בחמאס קודם לכן אמרו שהם עוקבים מקרוב אחר העניין הזה. במילים אחרות, בחמאס כרגע לא שוברים את הכלים, אבל כן מצפים מהמתווכות ובראשם קטר להביא לפתרון הסוגיה הזאת, שכן מבחינת חמאס, אם הפעימה הזאת לא תצא לפועל, מן הסתם זה ישליך מה שאנחנו נראה בימים הקרובים. אומר תאיר אלונו, בכיר חמאס משעה יועצו של הנייה, על ישראל להיות מחויבת במה שהוסכם עליו. זה לפחות מה שאנחנו שומעים בשלב הזה מחמאס. אגב, נגיד שמבחינת חמאס וארגוני הטרור האחרים, הם לא מבינים מה הייתה הבעיה במה שראינו היום בח'אן יונס, אותן תמונות של ההמון, כאשר ארבל יהוד וגדי מוזס משתחררים, הם מבחינתם הכל עבר כשורה והם לא הפרו את מה שנקבע בהסכם.
תודה רבה לך רועי, אנחנו עוד נחזור אליך ואליכם שם בכיכר החטופים, אבל עוד קודם חוזרים אליכם תמר אלמוג ואיציק זוארץ באזור בכרמי גת עם התושבים שמחכים מאוד מאוד לקבל את התמונות של גדי ושל ארבל חזרה בבית. אנחנו מיד נהיה איתכם שם, יכולים לעבור אליכם או שעוד לא? לא, אנחנו כנראה עוד לא מוכנים אליכם. הנה אתם, תמר ואיציק, אנחנו איתכם. או שאתם לא שומעים אותנו.
אתם איתנו?
כן, כן, אנחנו איתכם כל הזמן.
אז כן. תודה מה, אז כן, אנחנו כאן בכרמי גת, כמו שאמרת, עם התושבים של ניר עוז, ואחת מהן היא דורין, ומאיה של דורין, ראי, שלום, תודה שאתם איתנו, ואני רואה חיוך, וזה המון, כי זה תחושות מעורבות, כמו שאומרים, אבל היום החיוך הוא יותר חזק.
בהתחלה זה היה הרבה חשש, וגם רגעים של בכי מפחד, כי מה שראו שם בשחרור זה היה נוראי, זה כאילו ממש הם ממשיכים להנציח את הטרור שלהם ועוד רגע יעשו בהם איזה לינץ', זה היה פשוט מפחיד. לא נשמנו עד שידענו שהם בידיים בטוחות, ועכשיו זה השחרור, זה ההבנה שהם פה והשמחה, אבל לצד האופוריה הזאת שכביכול יש לנו, אני אומרת, אי אפשר לשכוח שיש עוד אנשים שם שהם חייבים לצאת. מספרית אני ככה מההתרגשות לא זה, אבל 27 לפחות מניר עוז הם עדיין שם וחייבים להוציא אותם, ולא רק מניר עוז, כל נשמה טהורה שנמצאת שם, כל חלל שנמצא שם, כולם חייבים לחזור ופשוט לא להתאפס לרגעי האושר האלה ולשכוח מהם. זה
שזה נשיקה,
אני ממש
עושים לרגעי האושר וישכחו.
כן, הנה, אלה חזרו וזה חזר ואיזה יופי ובסדר, הנה, עשינו. כי בכל זאת גם היו אנשים שהתרברבו בזה שתרפדו עסקאות, שזה כלומר.
ובכל זאת, אם אנחנו מדברים ברגעים האלה, דורין, מה זה עושה באמת לקהילה לראות שניים מחברי הקיבוץ סוף סוף חוזרים אחרי רצף של בשורות כל כך קשות בחודשים האחרונים?
הרבה נחת ושמחה, ואני חושבת על הרגע של החיבוקים במשפחות, זה מאוד מאוד מרגש. וזהו, והציפייה שכשכולם יבואו, שכולם יחזרו, שיחזירו, לא יחזרו, כי צריכים להחזיר אותם, צריכים לעבוד על זה שהם יחזרו.
שמעתם כבר משהו על המפגשים שאני מניח מתרחשים ברגעים אלה?
עוד לא, אנחנו נותנים להם את הבמה שלהם, להיות אחד עם השנייה, וכשיגיע הרגע לראות אותם או לדבר איתם נעשה את זה, אנחנו חכים בסבלנות כל, אנחנו יודעים שהם במקום בטוח, אז והם פה על האדמה שלנו, אז זה...
אני יכולה לשאול אותך שאלה מאיה? בא לך? לא, אוקיי. אבל בכל זאת, אנחנו מדברים פה על קהילה שלהגיד טראומה זה להקטין את האירוע. זאת קהילה שעוד מתאוששת, ואפילו לא נמצאת עדיין בבית. תארי לנו את הקהילה, שאתם חלק מאוד מרכזי ממנה בימים האלה.
אנחנו עדיין בתוך זה, אנחנו עדיין בתוך האירוע הזה שלא נגמר מאז אותו יום ארור, כשאצל החטופים 200 מעלות בצורה קשה יותר. ופה אנחנו בכל זאת בחרנו להיות בכרמי גת, רובנו, בעצם ביחד, במטרה לתת גם ביטחון לילדים שלנו שככה נעקרו מהדבר המוכר שלהם ביום.
נאמר, אתם ב7 באוקטובר, הייתם שם,
מתעוררים לתופת, לפחד מטורף שאני לא יודעת אפילו איך להסביר אותו, ופשוט עכשיו לתפוס את הרגע ולהיות ביחד, שיהיה קצת מהדבר המוכר מהלב שלנו, שזה הקהילה המהממת שלנו על כל גווניה וכל גיליה. באמת אנחנו אין על תושבי וחברי ניר עוז, באמת כל הגילאים, נכון? ואנחנו צריכים את כולם כאן.
כן, אגב, בן זוגך זה בי.ג'יי, שהוא בשנים האחרונות הציע לכמה חברים בקיבוץ ניר עוז להוסיף עוד מנעול לממ"ד, בעצם מעין בריח, ו5 משפחות החליטו שהן לוקחות את הבריח הזה, 9 משפחות, ואלה האנשים שבעצם ניצלו, כי המחבלים לא הצליחו לפתוח את הדלתות של הממ"ד.
אז מה שבעצם היה, זה שב-2015 פחדנו מהעניין של החדירות, לא חשבנו שזה יהיה ברמה כזאת, ובי.ג'יי ניסה כל מיני סוגים של להבטיח את הממ"ד איכשהו. הוא יצר מנעול, סיפרנו לחברים, זה היה ערב סוכות, אני זוכרת ב-2015, והחברות אמרו, רגע, גם אני רוצה. הבעלים שלהם אפילו צחקו ואמרו, איזה היסטריות, מה אתם צריכות את זה? ובפועל הוא עשה למשהו כמו 12 משפחות, שמתוכם היו 9 משפחות יצאו בחיים. לנו באותו יום לא היה בסוף את המנעול, כי המנעול שלנו נשאר בדירה הקודמת. ותודה לאל, כי שם המקרה היה מאוד קשה, והם יצאו בחיים כנגד כל הסיכויים, ובי.ג'יי תפקד כמנעול מושלם. בי.ג'יי הציל אותנו פשוט.
דורין, תודה רבה לך שהייתי לכם.
מאיה, תודה.
תודה רבה איציק ותמר. קטי דור, אנחנו ממתינים עכשיו להצהרה של סגן המשנה למנכ"ל משרד הבריאות בבית החולים בילינסון, אבל בינתיים באמת נראה שמצבם של ארבל יהוד ובעיקר מצבו של גדי מוזס טוב.
תראי, אני אגיד לך, החשש שהיה זה לגבי גדי מוזס. אם היה איזשהו חשש זה לגביו.
אם יכול להיות איזשהו חשש בימים כאלה, זה לגבי גבר בן 80 ששרד 482 ימים
בתופת, במנהרות. היו לו כמה בעיות קטנטנות שאם הוא לא היה בשבי אז היו חושבים שהוא נורא בריא, אבל זה בעיות שהן סבירות לגיל 80, ובכל זאת אחרי 1 ו4 חודשים במנהרות, בלי תזונה, עם כל מיני תרופות קטנות שהוא צריך פה ושם לקחת כל מיני...
אנחנו עוצרים אותך קטי, כי אנחנו רוצים לשמוע עכשיו את ההצהרה בשיבא, בואו נשמע את הדברים של דוקטור ספי מנדלוביץ', המשנה למנכ"ל משרד הבריאות. לא, סליחה, זה בבית החולים בילינסון, סליחה.
גד מוזס מיועד להגיע לבית החולים איכילוב, ארבל יהוד לשיבא, ו5 אזרחי תאילנד ששמם מפורסם בהמשך לבית החולים שמיר, אסף הרופא. כאן בסמוך אליי, במתחם בילינסון, התאחדה אגם ברגר עם משפחתה ועם חברותיה הטובות, דניאלה, קרינה, נעמה ולירי. ההיערכות לקבלת השבים כללה בניית מעטפת רפואית ונפשית מקצועית ורגישה. לאחר האיחוד המרגש, השבים יעברו הערכה רפואית בבתי החולים השונים. התכנון המוקפד של הקליטה והטיפול בבתי החולים והטיפול ההמשכי בקהילה גובשו לאורך השנה האחרונה תוך הפקת לקחים מהאירועים הקודמים, ובכלל זה ממהלך 10 הימים האחרונים. אנו פוגשים היום את אגם, גד, ארבל ו5 אזרחי תאילנד לאחר 482 ימים בשבי במציאות בלתי נתפסת. אנו הגורמים הרפואיים במערכת הבריאות ערוכים לטפל בכל המצבים הרפואיים האפשריים כתוצאה מהשבי הממושך ונרגשים בזכות זו. זהו אירוע מורכב רגשית ורפואית לשבות והשבים לארץ למשפחותיהם ומשפחות כלל החטופים ולעם ישראל כולו בארץ ומחוצה לה. במקביל להתרגשות ולתחושה שהשבות והשבים הם חלק בלתי נפרד מהמשפחה של כולנו, אנו מבקשים בכל לשון של בקשה לשמור על פרטיותם ועל כבודם. בימים מורכבים אלו, אנו זוכרים גם את אלו שלא איתנו ואשר שילמו מחיר כבד שנגיע ליום הזה. ועימם את הפצועים בגוף ובנפש, ומייחלים מעומק הלב לחזרתם של כלל החטופים. משרד הבריאות ועובדי מערכת הבריאות, יחד עם כל עם ישראל, נרגשים מחזרתם הביתה ועושים כל שניתן כדי להעניק להם מעטפת שלמה, מדויקת ורגישה. תודה רבה.
כן, המשנה למנכ"ל משרד הבריאות, דוקטור ספי מנדלוביץ', המשיך לדבר באנגלית, אבל מוסר מצבם של 8 החטופים שחזרו היום הביתה תקין, וזה הדבר החשוב ביותר. הם כמובן עכשיו מקבלים את הטיפול הרפואי. בן ראובן, יובל עליך.
כן, אז כמו ששמענו ביחד, מעדכן כאן המשנה למנכ"ל משרד הבריאות, דוקטור ספי מנדלוביץ', שכלל השבים ששוחררו היום, גם אגם, גם ארבל, גם גדי, עברו הערכה רפואית ראשונית, והמצב שלהם מוגדר תקין, מספר על כך שאגם התאחדה כאן עם חברותיה ועם משפחתה, כפי שסיפרנו במחלקת השבות. ראינו את קבלת הפנים שהם הכינו לה, בקרוב יקלטו בבתי החולים גם גדי מוזס, גם ארבל יהוד וגם 5 החטופים התאילנדים ששוחררו היום. ועל אף שאנחנו ככה יודעים לומר שהמצב הרפואי הראשוני מוגדר בסדר, תקין, בהחלט ימשיכו לבצע בדיקות והערכה מעמיקה יותר של מצבם הרפואי. חלקם אולי נחטפו כשהם פצועים, חלקם פתחו אולי כל מיני עניינים שצריך לטפל בהם עכשיו לאחר שחזרו, אז הבירור הרפואי יימשך, אבל כמו שזה נראה כרגע, השעות הראשונות באמת יוקדשו בעיקר לאיחוד עם המשפחות, המפגשים עם בני המשפחה והחברים. אנחנו שוב שמחים לשמוע ולעדכן שמצבם הרפואי של כלל השבים ששוחררו היום מוגדר תקין ויציב, ומכאן הם ככה מתחילים את תהליך השיקום וההחלמה והחזרה לחיים.
נוב, תודה רבה. אנחנו עוד נחזור אליך בהמשך עם הרבה שבהם בעצם התצפיתניות נערכות כדי לקבל את אגם. איך הן נערכו? תודה רבה לך.
כן.
נוב, נחזור אלייך, קטי. יש הסבר רפואי לדבר הזה שנקרא גבר בן 80 ששורד 482 ימים בשבי ויוצא ככה?
להיות גבר חסון חקלאי בקיבוץ בעוטף עזה.
כנראה זה האירוע.
אולי זה המפתח. אבל תראי, באמת, המזל שלו שהוא חסון, שהוא היה חזק, שהוא כנראה גם מאוד אופטימי. ואני חושבת שבגלל זה המצב שלו הוא הרבה יותר טוב ממה שאמור היה להיות מצבו של גבר בן 80 במצב של אחרי שנה ו4 חודשים. ולכן היה חשש. חשבו שאולי הוא כן יצטרך איזשהו טיפול יותר מיידי, וכן הייתה אופציה של בית החולים סורוקה, אבל ברגע שראה אותו רופא צבאי, ברגע שעשו הערכה רפואית ראשונית, הבינו ומיד גם הודיעו לבית החולים איכילוב שהוא כשיר לטוס להגיע לבית החולים איכילוב. שם מי שיטפל בו, מי שאחראית על הטיפול בו, זה פנימאית, פנימאית גריאטרית, בגלל הגיל שלו, ואז יראו מה באמת צריך. עכשיו, אני חושבת שמה שספי מנדלוביץ', דוקטור ספי מנדלוביץ' אמר, שהם הסיקו לקחים גם מ10 הימים האחרונים, זה לא להתנפל עליהם בבדיקות, כי יש בפרוטוקול, בפירוש, כתוב שצריך לעשות בדיקות כבר ביום הראשון, ביממה הראשונה, אז אם הם בסדר, צריך לתת להם קודם להתרגש ולהתחבק ולחזור טיפה לאיזשהו משהו עצמי למשפחה שלהם, ורק אז בדיקות. אבל אני מאמינה שבמצב של גדי מוזס, בעניין של, אנחנו מדברים פה על גבר בן 80, כן יעשו בדיקות ראשוניות לפחות כבר היום ברגע שהוא יגיע. בשעה 3:30 צריכים לנחות התאילנדים הזרים בבית החולים אסף הרופא, וגם שם ערוכים לקבל אותם, כל מה שהכינו להם, כולל פסיכולוג ישראלי שמדבר תאית.
עוד רגע אנחנו גם נרחיב על הקליטה הזאת, אבל עוד קודם, רואי עדכון שלך, בישראל נערכים, לפי מה שאנחנו שומעים, ולפי דיווחים גם שמגיעים מהצד הפלסטיני לשחרור של אותם אסירים.
נערכים לשחרור של מחבלים, כרגע זה בהקפאה. ישראל תקבל הבטחה, או הבטחה לקיים, או משהו כזה שזה יוסדר מול המתווכות, כדי שלא נראה את התמונות האלה שראינו בח'אן יונס, כדי שהם לא יחזרו על עצמם, אבל כן נערכים שזה יקרה מתישהו בקרוב, יקרה עוד שעתיים, עוד 3, השחרור כבר היה אמור לצאת לדרך, בינתיים הוא מתעכב, ומתישהו בשעות הקרובות נגלומנטר מעדכן אותנו, נערכים לשחרר את המחבלים בשעה 5, כרגע זה מורכב, כרגע הם באוטובוס.
ואתה יודע להסביר איך גבר בן 80 שורד כזה תופת? אולי ההסבר הוא לא פשוט לא
אני
גברתי.
פשוט לא יכול לחשוב על האפשרות שגם חיים פרי ויוגב ואלכס ננציג ואברהם מונדר ויורם ששת החטופים שנרצחו שם במנהרה אחרי אותה הפצצה של צה"ל, אם זה לא היה קורה, אם לא היו נרצחים, גם אותם היינו יכולים לראות אם לא היום, אז בפעימה הבאה הם כנראה עשויים מזן אחר. ראינו את זה בפעימה הראשונה, כשהם חזרו אותן נשים מבוגרות, ראינו איזה טיפוסים קשוחים יש שם בקיבוצים האלה של העוטף, ובלי ספק גם גדי מוזס הוא עשוי מאותו חומר, חומר שאנחנו לא רגילים, באמת בן אדם בן 80 זה בין נס רפואי לבין יכולות פיזיולוגיות וחוסן נפשי וחוסן פיזי, הוא הצליח לעמוד בזה, זה באמת, זה לא נתפס, 482 יום בתופת הזאת, ואנחנו רואים אותו חוזר, והיינו יכולים אולי בסיטואציה אחרת, בהתנהלות אחרת, אם חמאס לא היו רוצחים אותם שם במנהרה, לקבל גם את ששת החטופים האלה שרצחו שם.
כן, אתה צודק לגמרי, אתה יודע, שמחים, מתפעלים, אבל גם תחושת ההחמצה קשה ביום הזה. ונופר, את מלווה את משפחת מוזס ואת שומעת מהם כל הזמן את אותה אופטימיות של אבא חוזר בחיים, סבא חוזר בחיים, היו רגעים שפקפקת?
אני אומר שלפחות המחשבה שלי שגבר בן 80 שנמצא בשבי היא בהחלט מפחידה, ואני לא חושבת שמה שהם שידרו זה רק אופטימיות, אלא באמת אמונה בו. הם מכירים אותו והם אמרו שהוא גם במצב פיזי מצוין, יש לו חוסן נפשי, והם כל הזמן אמרו, אם מישהו יכול לשרוד את זה, זה הוא. גם סרדון פץ השל ששוחררה מהשבי, למעשה הבת של בת הזוג של שנמצא בשבוע באוקטובר, היא אמרה
מחכה לך בעולם ציפור אדם כמו כולם מחפש את האופק כל מטוס שטס בשמיים כל כוכב מאיר בעיניים מזכיר לי אותך אך יהיה לי לפני הגשם צרצרים בשעת הערב תמיד יחכו לך תמיד יחכו לך או ילד ששקט אני יושבת במרפסת לנגן מנגינות געגוע או ילד תשתדל להגיע לכאן מהר ככה אני מבקשת בשקט כל מטוס שטס בשמיים כל כוכב מאיר בעיניים מזכיר לי אותך אך נהיה לי לפני הגשם צלצלים בשעת הערב תמיד יחכו לך תמיד יחכו לך או ילד או ילדה הסיפור שלנו השתנה נסדקו השמיים דברי עכשיו, ילדה, אני שומעת כל העולם מקשיב למולמולך. דברי מלאך שלי, אני יודעת שלא תמיד הקשיבו לקורך. דברו שפתיים יחפות, דברו עיניים, קולות חלב נוטף מחיוכך. חבקי את כל פחדיי בשתי ידייך, חבקי דובים גדולים מתוך שנתך. עולם חדש וטוב אני אתן לך, כבר במבט כחול את מגלה כמה חשוב לראות פתאום חצי ירח קורץ צהוב צהוב מתוך האפלה. תהי קטנה מאומה, לא יפגע בך סיכת פרפר קשורה בשערך. תהי קטנה מאומה, לא יברח לך, אני אהיה גדולה בשבילך. דברו שפתיים יחפות, דברו עיניים, קולות חלב נוטף מחיוכך. חבקי את כל פחדיי בשתי ידייך, חבקי דובים גדולים מתוך שנתך. עולם חדש וטוב אני אתן לך, כבר במבט כחול את מגלה.
קהל יקר, תודה רבה שבאתם לכיכר, להיות עם המשפחות ברגע המרגש הזה. אנחנו נהיה פה גם בשבת, בשחרור הבא של עוד חטופים, ואנחנו כמובן בערב במוצ"ש בעצרת ממשיכים את המאבק, ממשיכים להחזיר את כולם הביתה עד החטוף האחרון. תודה רבה לכם.
Excuse me?
נשמע
Can I
עמק
put this
בן.
here?
ממש קרוב לזה.
Thank you.
יהיה בסדר, כשהאחרון יגיע, יהיה בדיוק, בדיוק.
Grazie.
Is it okay? Do you need... okay. I was
All
not
good.
sure if you wanted
Thank you, no
something
worries.
different.
Thank you. Italian?
Yes.
Grazie.
ופה יש לי תחבורה מתאימה.
ثواني.
there is now hotel for next live.
Say, I don't know what you're saying. I'm just English, like I don't know. Nah, but you have to like ask me, like I don't know. It's hard to go. Oh, really? Sorry we're late. They actually, fuck off. You be serious? Rick Nelson, they made this. Really? You be serious? What absolute ageless points. Arrogant to ball.
Just again with
I owe John an apology.
Don't reiterate.
I owe John an apology for the last few weeks. The thing is, she never corrected me, so until someone told me, I had no idea what I was saying.
She was live. Oh god.
בתוך האוהל יהיה מעגל של שירה ודיבור ותפילה, הודיה לחטופות והחטופים ששבו, וזעקה אל כל מי שעדיין בשבי. מוזמנים ומוזמנות בשעה 5 אל תוך האוהל למעגל של שירה, תפילה ותקווה, של הודיה על החטופות והחטופים שחזרו מן השבי, ותפילה וזעקה למען כל מי שעדיין שם.
מה אתה מדבר שטויות? מתי?
כרגע שם מדברים על קריאה, ובאמת ידברו, ולא ידברו סליחה שמדברים את באופן כלשהו.
בין הרבנית, מה את רוצה להגיד? בואו, בואו, בואו. בעדינות, לא להפריח אותם. בואו. קבלת שבת.
לכולנו, ואפשר להגיד אחר הצהריים טובים ובאמת תרבות שאפשר רגע לעצור בראש חודש חדש ואולי אפילו לחייך, שהיום חזרו 3 חטופים, 6 חטופות וחטוף ועוד 5 חטופים, 8 אנשים חזרו אלינו לכאן ואנחנו מצפים לעוד שיחזרו אלינו לכאן ואנחנו ניתן לעצור זמן אחרון כדי לשיר ולהתפלל, להודות ולזעוק ביחד. אני חושבת שהתמונה שהכי ריגשה אותי היום זה הרגע שבו אדם הגיע לחברותיה בבית החולים בלינסון והפעילו אותם שוב ביחד והם עמדו על הכיסאות צמודות ידיים והסתכלתי עליהם ואמרתי עליהם אחרי כל הזמן הזה מחזיקות ככה את היחד מי אנחנו שנעז לא להחזיק אחד את השני ואחת את השנייה ואולי זה מה שמלמדות אותנו כחברות משפחות את היכולת הזאת שכל כך חזקה לשמור אחד על השנייה ומול הרוע ופשוט להיות ביחד. אז בדרך כלל אנחנו מסיימות עם המילים של שפה לעם והפעם אני חושבת שצריך להפעיל איתנו ולהגיד מילים שפתחה נעמה לוי שכתבה אותה לפני שנפתחה לאדם אבל דווקא אחרי שהיא סגרה הן עוד יותר מקבלות משמעות. היא אומרת למדתי לא לוותר, למדתי לתת את 100% שלי גם כשאני כבר נתתי, למדתי לא לפחד להרגיש, לא לפחד להראות מי אני, למדתי שכל יום הזדמנות חדשה, גם היום זו הזדמנות חדשה, ובסוף המסע למדתי שיש לי עוד כל כך הרבה מה ללמוד, וביום נוסף צריך ללמוד מהם, ללמוד אחד מהשני ואחת מהשני, ללמוד מכל מי ששבה לשם ויכולה ללמד אותנו כל כך הרבה. אז השיר הראשון שנשמע יהיה שיר על אימהות והורים שחוזרים ללמדות את חווים משפחות שמחכות לחבר את הילדים שלהם, ואת ההורים שלהם, ומחכות לרגע הזה שהם ישבו אחד על השני. ופה, בתוך הרגע הזה, אנחנו רוצים ורוצות להיות. ובשביל כל מי שעדיין לא פה, וכדי לא לשכוח לרגע את כל מי ששם, אנחנו נשאיר את השיר מחכה, ונקדיש רגע את כל מי שאנחנו מחכים ומחכות לו. אני רוצה להגיד לשם יהוד, אבא של גדי יהוד.
לפני
אין בעולם שאני אקבל את הדבר הזה שעדיין כענייננו על פי איזושהי עדות של מישהי שבטח סיממו אותה עם כל מיני קטעים למיניהם, עם כל מיני עלים כאלה, אני לא יכול להסתמך. כאשר דיברתי עם מאיה הבנתי שמה שהיא ראתה זה אכן נכון, שהחלטנו כמשפחה, אני ודון, משפטי, החלטנו שאנחנו יושבים על הרנט בסביבה. זו הייתה ההחלטה הכי קשה שלי בחיי. שאתם יודעים, למוות יש איזושהי כרונולוגיה מסוימת. לצערי הרב קברתי גם אבא וגם אמא וגם אחות צעירה שלי שקוראים המפקד. והיה לי איזשהו מסע כזה של כרונולוגיה שמלווים את החולה, אנחנו רואים אותו ואנחנו בסוף ככה מנשקים את אותה גופה ובא משחקים שברינה לכם אנחנו נפרדים לשלום. יכול להיות. והכרונולוגיה הזאת, למה הסוס הזאת נקבה ממני לצערי הרב, אני לא נפרדתי מדי, אני יושב שבעה מבלי שיש לי את התחושה הזאת של לגזול אותי מהגל. והדבר הזה הוא הדבר הכי קשה בכל האירוע הזה, והדבר הזה שאין לי את המקום הזה שאני יכול לקבל אולי דודה הלכה לאיבוד. כמה הסיטואציה הזאת היא פשוט כאילו שמישהו עצר ממנו את כל הדבר הזה שנקרא ויטלי, את הקלפים. אין לי את הדבר הזה, בטח כל אותם לא יודעים את זה. ולסיים, אני תמיד אמרתי שנפתחה ממני הזכות לבוא באמת לחבק את גיא, בזכיים שלו. אפילו כמה אהבתי אותו, לצערי הרב, אני במקרה הטוב, אני חושב שאילו החתמות, הם עוברים, זה לא זה, התקווה שיש שבאמת קורונה חסרים לפי הפסקת נזקים שנפגש עם מישהו סתם נפגש זה הציר אותו ואני ככה התרשמתי שהאיש מלווה באמת שמתכוון לבנות ולהכניס את הילדים שלנו לסיכון ולסביבה. אני רוצה להודות לכולכם ואני רוצה שתמשיכו להיות פרלת במשפחות כעם, לא תהיה לנו תקומה כעם אם וכאשר אנחנו רואים את הסיפור הזה שכל החצי שהחבר תודה רבה לכם. מתחייב שנתתי לכם.
תודה שאתה ואתם מחזיקים פה ומחזיקים את התקווה ואפילו המילים שנאמרו בחלל להחזיק גם שמחה בתוך האפר ולהחזיק את המעגל והמילים חשובות.
זה פה? זה רע? מה זה? זה נקרא חצובה. אתה רוצה שנגיד ביחד? חצוב. נכון! נכון! טוב, אבל קודם סיפרתי לו. שם? אתה רוצה שם?
כמו שלמדנו עכשיו בבשיר, כמו שלמדנו ממאיה השבוע, ומימי, מתוך העין יכולה להיות גם הרבה עזרה.
יום חמישי. קפה. שותה קפה, נקטר.
אני רוצה להזמין את גדי, חבר מדהים, חבר טוב.
תודה רבה לחברה האלה, בעצם חמה, שאוספת אותנו בזמנים כאלה. זה זמנים שאנחנו צריכים להיות ביחד. מצד אחד ביום של שמחה, בסופו של דבר, אחרי כל המתח והסטרס והזוועה גם שעברנו בדרך, שראינו לפחות, ומצד שני זה יום של שמחה, באמת הזעקה שלנו גם הצליחה. אני רוצה להגיד שתי מילים על אחד מהמנהיגים, אולי הארכיטיפ היהודי למנהיגות, משה רבנו, שעכשיו אנחנו נמצאים עמוק בתוך הפרשות. אז דיברנו על מאין יבוא עזרי, והמאין באלף, ואני רוצה לדבר על העין, העין הטובה של משה, וזו תכונה מאוד מאוד חזקה של משה, שהוא רואה את מה שהמצרי עושה לעבד. זה עבד, מי רואה את העבד? אנחנו בעצמנו לא רואים הרבה אנשים בחברה שלנו, והוא רואה והוא עומד שם, והוא רואה את הניצים, והוא רואה לפי המדרש את הטלה הקטן שבורח, ושרנו כבר הטלה. אני חושב שזה חלק מהתפקיד שלנו עכשיו, לראות את מישל גילון בכאב שלו, שמן הסתם הוא ניסה והם ניסו את הכאב כל יום לחייהם, ואנחנו איתם. הם ידעו שאנחנו איתם, ולראות את הכאב בקיבוץ נירים. אנחנו עוד שבועיים יש לנו אזכרות לנדב פופולואל ויגב בוכשט שגם יוצאו בעזה כחטופים, ודיברנו הבוקר עם אסתר, עם אמא של יגב. היא דיברה באמת על השמחה המאוד מאוד גדולה על הימים האלה. אני מניח שמי שנמצא פה יודע שבתי המשפחות באמת אומרים כל הזמן, זה כאילו קלישאה, זה כל כך אמיתי, שהם נהפכו להיות אחד, הם באמת משפחה אחת, ואנחנו רואים את זה שהחטופים, החטופות יוצאות והמשפחות מדברות על האחרים. הן לא מתעסקות רק בדבר הזה שהם יפעלו אליו כל הזמן, והיא דיברה להחזיק את המקום הזה שמצד אחד הוא כל כך שמח, ומצד שני הוא כואב את הכאב שלהם. והדבר השני שאני חושב שאנחנו לומדים ממשה, ואנחנו נראה את זה ממש בפרשת השבוע הזו ופה, או אל פרעה, העניין של העיקשות לדבר אמת לכוח, שוב ושוב ושוב. אני מניח שוב שכולנו או רובנו פה, אנחנו היינו חלק ועדיין חלק, יש עדיין מאבק במאבק הזה, ולפעמים זה היה מאוד קשה, לפעמים זה היה מאוד שוחק, ולפעמים זה אפילו היה קצת מייאש, אבל בסופו של דבר העיקשות הזו, ואני רוצה קצת טיפה שנתפח לעצמנו על השכם, על העיקשות הזו שבסופו של דבר הביאה תוצאות. והיום חשבתי על זה שהתחלנו, בנירים אנחנו היינו יומיים במקלטים ובכיבוש בעצם של הקיבוץ, וכשיצאנו היו 253 חטופים, והיום אנחנו מדברים על 82, שכמובן אנחנו מחויבים לכל אחד ואחת מהם, בין אם להביא לקבורה כמו בסיפור הסופי שלנו, ובין אם להביא לחיים חדשים ושיקום. אבל אנחנו יכולים לראות שאנחנו משיגים, וכשאנחנו ביחד ורואים מהעין והלב שלנו, בסופו של דבר אנחנו מגיעים לשינוי. אז המון תודה לכל מי שכאן, ותודה לך.
אני רוצה להזמין את רבת אמר והרב ארבל יהוד ממדינת ישראל.
history of aviation out of Kansas, but he's one of the most knowledgeable legislators in the country, and so he's going to be running a congressional, discussions and solutions.
Mm-hmm. And Captain Coffield, look, you've already given us sort of a lesson learned there potentially in terms of the time that these training flights happen. We'll see in the course of time what lessons are learned and what lessons are drawn from this. And I know that you... Sorry, do you want to come in, Captain? Go ahead.
Just one quick thing. Yeah, I think that the way the NTSB works, and you may not know this in England, but there's a chairman, and then there's 3 board members, and then each of those board members are assigned to what's called a go team. And those go teams then have specialists in all sorts of technicalities relative to railroads, aviation, and gas and pipeline. And they rotate those go teams. My guess is that the president will ask that the chairman of the NTSB take responsibility for the go team for this, which is also a very positive, will be a very positive outcome.
Now, Captain, I know that you were involved in the investigation into the TWA crash back in 1996. Obviously, very different circumstances. That was an explosion, right? A fuel leak that caused an explosion. But talk to us about how the investigation will go from here. I mean, I'm still struck at how shallow the Potomac is and how you can see some of the wreckage. Does that help when the investigation gets started?
That's really good. It will help. One of the things that you'll see, I'm hoping they'll do today. They may wait till well, it's supposed to rain up there tomorrow. Either today or late or the day after tomorrow, they'll start doing sonar pictures, right? And even of the riverbed and where the wreckage lies, and the importance of that.
כשישבתי עם הילדים שלי וראיתי איתם את השחרור של רוני מהשבי, אז מיד אחר כך, שהייתה את ההצהרה של המשפחות, עמדה מירב, ושל רוני, אמא שלי, אמרה תודה לראש הממשלה, ותודה לקבינט, ותודה למשפחות, ותודה לכל תודה לכם. ואז היא אמרה תודה לכל הילדים שלנו. ואז אנחנו נצא כולנו ונשאיר ביחד את הספר הזה. יותר שם, בעצם יכול להפוך עדים, לקחת חקירות להמשיך. שמספיק מצד ימין ומספיק מצד שמאל, אבל אנחנו רואים וקדימה את האפתר של החברה הזאת, את הארץ המובטחת, את המשימה שלנו.
יהי רצון, אחינו ואחיותינו, שכשם שעמדו לכם כוח וגבורה בתופת הנוראה, כן יעמדו לכם כוחות בשמכם ובדרככם בדרך ההחלמה. שתזכו להיעטף בלבבות האוהבים והאוהבות, לא תסכימו לטעות, ולכן לפעול ולהתקדם. יהי רצון שנשכיל להיות בסמל התמיכה, בחומר, בנפש וברוח, לכם ולמשפחתכם. שנקשור יחד את תקוות חוק ההצלה, שתהיה בשיבה, שתשאיר שלום ותבשר טוב. יהי רצון שנשמור יחד על הבית, שנכיר את האור שהתגלה במעשיהם של כל אלו שלא פסקו מעשייה ומזעקה לשיבה. יהי רצון שזכרם של מי שלא הצלחנו להשיג בשלום, ומי שנפלו בקרבות, ולמות מאיתם לעד, ויהיה תמיד שתאר ותקווה וצער ונחמה. יהי רצון שכשם שחזרו חטיפות וחטופים, כן ישובו כולם, שחיים בביתם ובתים לדרכם, וננוח ונשקוט, וטרם ימותו וישכחוהם, ויתויה בנו הפסוק, כבוד ולשורי לב, לגדול השנים שלו.
תודה לכולם, תודה לכולם והלוואי ונקדש פה רק בשמחות, וכולם ישובו לשלום, גם מלבנון ומעזה וגם... תודה לכם.
know that the Thai workers came here, you know, they are all breadwinner of the family. They came here to work hard to send the money back to the families, this kind of thing. So I mean, it's not that every family and everyone have the passport, and we have to help them with the traveling as well. So we work on it, and we hope that we succeed.
Did they tell some? Okay,
Have
sorry.
they mentioned anything about the way that they were kept, about their experience?
I don't have a chance to talk to them on that issue.
The idea is that English. The idea is that we don't want to, at this point, no pressure, no asking too many questions, just very, very superficial. Some of them did not see light. Some of them were underneath. Some of them above even tunnels, houses, but they were definitely not exposed to lots of light. But
the entire time?
It depends. It varies. We don't know yet. And again, the idea is to let them be with their peace, you know, with themselves, quiet, and no uneven questions at this point.
Are they in good health condition?
I can't hear you.
מצבם הרפואי.
המצב הרפואי שלהם בינתיים, בגדול נראה בסדר. אנחנו צריכים לזכור שהם גם אנשים צעירים. זה לא אומר שהם לא עברו תופת שם, וזה לא אומר שהם לא עברו דברים קשים מאוד שם. ברמה תזונתית הם נראים בסדר עכשיו.
אחד מהם נורא ברגלו, לפני השבי ובמהלך השבי.
אנחנו בוודאי לא ניכנס לפרטים רפואיים של אף אחד. אבל כמובן שאחד הדברים שאנחנו עושים זה לבדוק פציעות ישנות ולטפל במידת הצורך.
טופלו שם?
חלק טופלו, לא בהכרח הטיפול המיטבי. כמו שראינו גם לחטופים.
ציינו משהו על החטוף השישי שלא הגיע איתם?
לא, גם לא שאלנו.
עוד שאלות? תודה רבה.
Just can you talk a little bit about the translation and how they are
We have the embassy staff helping with the translations.
Yes, and they're excellent translators, and we know how to work together. So one of the things with translators, of course, is to us. We speak Hebrew and we speak very fast, right? So we need, when you ask for translation, you have to be very, very short in your sentences and think that you have to be translated already. So, but we already know how to do it from last year, and we just continued with the same staff.
בסדר. תודה רבה. תודה רבה. Thank you very much.
שומע דיווח אחד ליום שהיה. דיווח ללילה, ליום שהיה.
عندك كهرباء؟
بدك ايفون ولا سامسونج؟
لا لا الايفون.
ايش بالضبط اللي عندك؟
في عندي يا زلمه ايفون صغير، المشكله في كهرباء بتقول
شوف والله ايش اللي عندك بالضبط؟
تحكي لي الا لا كيبلوه رالو ولا
ايش ما في؟
והרגישה שיש שיתוף, לא, הם אמרו לו שהוא מת. והיא דרשה לי, היא אמרה להם ששחט, הם אמרו וראתה אותו. וזה רק בעיניים, לא? אבל לא בדקה. מה היא ראתה? זהו, לא ראתה. אני לא יודעת,